Welcome to Singapore. We're at the Lion City Cup. This is Brett O'Reilly, and joining me in the commentary position today are Lai Chin and Bob Gatty. We've just got the ITO calling the checking with the rinks now, just making sure the players are ready to go. This morning we're going to bring you coverage from the quarterfinals of the Open Women's Pairs here at the Lion City Cup in Singapore, a World Bowl Series ranking event. Lai Chin, tell us about the 8 teams that have made the quarterfinals in this Open Women's event.
Okay, good morning everyone. So we have 8 teams coming into this quarterfinal. On rink 1, we will have Hong Kong, Helen Chung and Amy Luke coming in as first position in their group games. And then their opponent will be the Malaysian team, Noor Zamziza Ahmad, as well as Noor Farah Aini Abdullah. On ring 2, we have the just need to see on ring 4. Ring 4, we have the Singapore's Evergreen Lawn Bowl Club team, Lily and Seok Chin, and the Indian team, Nayan Moni Saika and Bangita Hazarika. So Lily and Seok Chin came in as a second position from their group, and the Indian team came in as a third position. And then next to them on ring 6, we have Singapore.
We have New Zealand.
New Zealand team, Leanne Paulson, as well as Robin Walker. They are coming in as the first position in their group against Philippines' Aini Knight and Angelica Abatayo, coming in as the 4th position in their group. And then the last will be the Singapore A team, Serena Tiong and Mei Lee, as well as and then their opponent is Japan, Yoko Goda and Kazuko Saijo.
Thank you, Lai Chin, and great to have one of Singapore's up-and-coming players with us today, and a strong background in Malaysian bowls, having just been there last week. We'll come to that in a minute. So World Bowl Series ranking points available for this event, so lots of keen interest in this game. Helen Chung, who's the skipper of the Hong Kong team, is ranked 222nd in the world, and Noor Farah, of course, world indoor singles champion, and she's currently ranked 12th in the World Bowl Series rankings, having been as high as number 9. So we just see the opening exchanges here on the first end with Malaysia holding. They have the orange disc bowls, but just to confuse us, the Hong Kong lead has orange bowls. We're here at the wonderful Tanglin Club. Bob Gatty, great to have you back in the commentary position again today. Tell us about this wonderful club, Bob, and the venue that we're playing at.
Thank you, Brett, and thank you, Lai Chin. Well, we're on the 4th floor of the sports centre at the Tanglin Club, and as you can see, we're surrounded by high-rise buildings, but we're very fortunate in having this space made available to us, which is basically in the centre, almost in the centre of town, but certainly of the residential district. The Tanglin Club was founded even before Brett was born, and certainly before I was born.
That long ago,
that
Bob.
Long ago, 1865, and we have over 4,000 members, and a thriving bowl section of somewhere around 120, 150 members who play here regularly. Many of us are let's say retired squash players who found that squash was getting a bit too demanding and found bowls to be challenging and intriguing and lots of opportunity for fellowship. So the club itself has lots of sports facilities in addition to lawn bowls. We have tennis and swimming and darts and a host of indoor games. Ballot is a popular game in the Tanglin Club. And we can look forward, I think, Brett, today to a bit of overcast, which may help. There's still some shadow on the green, but as the sun comes up, it's going to get hot again, I think.
So here on this first end, we see some great bowls already from the skips. This is a high standard. Malaysia holding one, the first bowl of Noor Farah drawing the absolute shot, and there we see Helen Chung just getting a contact on the shot bowl but moving back. Like Chin, you've had an opportunity to watch a number of these players. Tell us what we can expect in this game.
Yeah, I was at the Kallang Green watching the match between the Malaysian team and the Indian team. It was a really, really high quality team match, and Malaysian team didn't do anything wrong, but the Indian team won with their slightly more aggressive play. So there were a lot of good balls drawn in, but was being removed by the Indian skip.
You can see already this is going to be a pretty tight contest at Tanglin. Emmy Look, the lead for Hong Kong, just indicating to her skip there where the jack is. They're one down, but only one down, and Helen will be looking to just get a contact on Emmy's closest bowl to see if she can get the shot, or perhaps even just draw around it. So let's watch this bowl from Helen. Down on this backhand side. Beautiful setting here at Tanglin. Early in the morning here, of course, in Singapore, just after 8 o'clock. And just gets a contact on her own bowl and turns it up, but still Malaysia holding one. So Noor Farah quickly coming up to have a look and just assess how she's going to find her way in there. Okay, so just correcting there, Noor Farah is the lead for the Malaysian team, and Noor Zamziza is the skip. Thank you very much, Lai Chin. I should have known that by recognise their faces, but in commentary we spend a lot of time looking at the screen instead of looking at the players. So, all right, so Noor Zamziza now will play her last bowl of this first end. We're on a time limit, an hour 40 for 14 ends in this World Bowl Series event. Typically the games we've been getting through the games, but the international technical officials will encourage the players to not waste time. So now Noor Zamziza with her last bowl, just trying to draw around those bowls to see if she can get another shot. And she's going to be close, but just slipping through. So one to Malaysia. They start this quarterfinal with a point. Bob, this surface, what do we think it's running this morning? What sort of pace do we think that we can see in the green? About 14 seconds?
It's probably about the same as yesterday, although first thing in the morning it'll tend to be a little bit slower, I think. Was it about 14 yesterday?
I think so, and I know they watered the green last night just to give it a bit of finish for today. So we were here till quite late, just doing the draws and getting things organised for today. So so it's a it's good that we've got such a lovely day here, and the conditions couldn't be better. So from the Tanglin Club today, we'll be featuring the Open Women's Pairs and the Under 25 Boys events here at the Lion City Cup, and at the Bowl Singapore Kallang Complex we'll have the Open Men in their pairs, and the Under 25 women. We'll keep you posted around those results, but we won't have video coverage of those games. So look for results on the Bowl Singapore site, on the World Bowls Series site, and we'll obviously keep you updated with live scores as they come through to us here in the commentary position at Tanglin. So first bowl of this second end, and Northara just coming to the back with her first bowl as we see her opponent Emmy look. Really impressive effort by the Hong Kong team over the last few days. What can you tell us about them, Lai Chin, and how they've been playing?
I actually was away for a game in KL, so I didn't have a chance to watch the Hong Kong team play. But this morning I had a quick chat with the team.
Yes.
Impressive team with Helen, who has more than 20 years of experience playing ball. And Amy actually is only 15 years old, and she's the bronze medalist of the World Indoor Under 25 Championship this year. So they have come in as the top in their group games, only losing one. So very, very strong team.
Yeah, and it's been a notable feature of this Lion City Cup event. The number of young players that are playing in all of the disciplines. Of course, we've got an under 25 players, and you naturally know that they're going to be young. But even in the open session here, great third bowl from Northara. That's the shot to Malaysia. She gets a high five from Noor Zamziza, and Emmy now with her third bowl on this first end. Very consistent. I watched them play a little over the section play, and they just played good, steady bowls, combined very well, and that's a good bowl. They're probably second shot for Hong Kong there. And so 1-2 Malaysia. Noor Zamziza just checking that out, and Farah puts her foot down just to give her an indication. So there we see that first bowl of Amy's. Both players just finding their weight. They did have a couple of trial ends, but once you're into the game, it's always a little bit different. So let's see now what Zamziza has to play. Lai Chin, I know that you're Malaysian originally. Tell us a little bit about bowls in Malaysia and the program that they've developed there.
Malaysia is actually very, very active in developing their players, and they start very young from schools and all, and they have a lot of competitions, tournaments throughout the year. So they also extend their invitations to international teams. So I've had the privilege of joining a few of them. So very, very high standard at a very young age. As you see, the players are very young.
Yeah, we're certainly hoping to see a World Bowl Series event in Malaysia in time. Here in the second end of the quarterfinal, we saw with her first bowl, Noor Zamziza just turned back her closest bowl, or Malaysia's closest bowl, and Helen with her first bowl has drawn a shot. So it's looking like Hong Kong may be actually holding a couple of shots here as Zamziza seeks to try and draw the shot here. She's just going to come underneath the front bowl. Does she have enough for shot? You can see Farah dragging it on, and both players looking very closely at that, but I think it's still Hong Kong holding the shot as Helen plays her second bowl. Very experienced player, as you said, and very, very consistent, and on a very good line here. Not sure she's gonna quite reach. Yes, she is. She gets that touch well. I'm not sure whether that's favoured her or not. Noor Farah, World Indoor Singles Champion, indicating that they're one down. So Zamziza will be drawing again on this backhand side here at Tanglin. So we'll just watch these next two bowls, and then we'll look around at some of the other games that are underway. So here we go, last bowl from the Malaysian team. Better line this time. The bowls do have a bit of late finish on that hand, and now you'll see it starting to bite, starting to come back. You can see Noor Farah, yes, that's the shot. So
looks like she's done enough to get the shot.
Almost looked like a curling competition. The only thing we were missing were the brooms, and nicely guided in. So 1-2 Malaysia.
Let's see what Helen can do in response to that.
She's also on a good line.
It's looking on good track.
Which edge does she get? She just gets the outside edge, so it's 1-2 Malaysia, we think. Out comes the shot bowl. Noor Farah having a good look. I think she's going to measure. Obviously the bowls are close enough to me, so we'll just wait for the result of this measure, and then we'll tell you a bit more about some of the other games going on around here this morning.
So it's only 1 for Malaysia.
Yep. So 1 to Malaysia. So they go to a 2-0 lead after 2 ends of the 14 in this quarterfinal game of the Lion City Open Pairs. And there we see the first bowl from Helen, just set the their back bowl, and this one just squeezing in there and turning their bowl around, but obviously didn't turn it out of the count, and it was that last bowl of Noor Zamziza that secured the shot. Lai Chin, the Malaysians run a very successful high performance program. What have you observed about the sort of efforts they put in terms of training to prepare for an event like this?
I just came back from Kuala Lumpur over the weekend for a pairs competition at Bukit Kiara, and I have a chance to watch this Malaysian team train, and they train really hard even at night, and centralized training and very, very organized. So you can see I was chatting with these 2 young players before the game. They have just joined the national, officially on the national team only this year. And already they have great achievements.
So Emmy with her first bowl, and she's played a cracker here. That's a great start from the Hong Kong lead. That's a toucher, and this is going to be a good battle. You know, it's bowl for bowl so far.
Yeah, it's like the battle of the leads to start.
3 bowl pairs, always, you know, it's a lead that sets the foundation. Farah, little narrow here, just gets a touch on the jack, but isn't able to dislodge it from the shot bowl, so still Hong Kong holding 1. And as we look across the greens, we've really got the cream of talent from around Asia Pacific on show today. Local teams, but teams from New Zealand, Hong Kong, Malaysia, India, Philippines, all vying for this World Bowl Series title and for ranking points.
So it's another good bowl from Amy, and another toucher.
So really pouring the pressure on early against her fancied opponent. You know, Noor Zamziza, it's close here. Yeah, so lots of action from the players. They're very lively and theatrical with their motions, and so it's going to be a very entertaining game. Emmy changing her hand now, looking for a cover bowl, I think. and you can see Helen just with her foot behind the head, I think looking for a cover bowl, but unfortunately I think she's going to be short. This ditch side or bank side of the rink tends to be a little bit slower, and so you just have to make a little bit of a weight adjustment when you play on that side. So there's that first bowl from Emmy. She started very well, hasn't she?
Yeah, she did. Another fantastic second bowl from Emmy.
Right. Nozamziza with her first bowl. Very deliberate player. Yeah, looking, I think, just to come down with just an overdraw weight, just looking to see if she can get a contact in this area. She just slips past her bowl, so that's a nicely weighted bowl. Just finishing behind. She's got the catcher of Noor Farah just behind there, the blue bowl. I expect Helen will be trying to cover this. And she's, that's obviously her tactic, trying to get just around behind. She'll be pretty pleased with that. That's a pretty good home there. Obviously depends where the jack goes. So I'm going to see a change of hand here. Obviously the jack, the Malaysians really want the jack to move in to the right. That's where they've got their bowls, and she's playing firmly with weight. Close here, very close here. She's got the jack, she's got it clean. That's a great bowl from Zamziza. 3 to Malaysia, but I must say plenty of room there for Helen. So Helen swapping back to the forehand side. She played the last bowl on her backhand, but she obviously feels that hand's a little bit blocked up. Just got to get around that front, and that's a pretty good bowl from the Hong Kong skip. I think that's a very good bowl. 1 to Hong Kong.
1 to Hong Kong. That was a very fast bowl. Not the second bowl.
Second bowl.
Second bowl from Helen.
So
still room to draw in.
Yeah,
and
and
skips.
Malaysia have 3 seconds here, but I don't think they'll be looking for that bowl. I just think there's too much room in there for them to look at trying to play that bowl out. If they miss, they effectively give Helen an open shot for 2. So, yep, Zamziza just checking, just obviously making sure in her own mind that she understands how much room she's got to get in there. She'll be looking to draw a really close bowl. Obviously, if she can get the shot, that's a bonus. But definitely be looking to tighten this end up. So Zamziza, her last bowl in 3, Malaysia leading Hong Kong by 2 shots in this 14-end quarterfinal game, Lion City Cup, here at the Tanglin Club in Singapore, and she's close here. She's close here. Oh, that's an outstanding bowl. Yep, yeah, 1 to Malaysia. What a great bowl. Lai Chin.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Considering there's a lot of balls in front that's blocking the view.
Yeah, that really was a great end. You saw the strategy involved. Hong Kong were holding 2, so Malaysia had difficulty getting onto the jack. So they played a back ball with a strategy of moving back to the bowl the jack later on to their own back ball, which they did very successfully.
Helen Chung just playing slightly overplayed that last bowl, so one to Malaysia. Again, a last bowl from Zamziza, securing the shot for Malaysia. Bob, so far, pretty tight contest.
It really is, and they've settled down very quickly. I'm not sure how many millions of listeners we have, Brett, around the world. I think some of your mates in New Zealand are probably listening, and if we get a few Indian supporters, that could jump up the numbers. But have you had any feedback from our listeners?
Yes, I've been getting a few Facebook messages via various platforms. So I think we have got people watching the coverage, which is great, and good that we're able to showcase such good bowls. I must say I was quite surprised. The Malaysian team had 3 wins and 3 losses in section play, and on the first day I really thought they would be one of the favoured teams, but it just goes to show you the strength of the competition. But also, as we know in bowls, once you've qualified, it's almost a brand new tournament. So you may have qualified in 6th place, in 8th place, which they did. But today it's a brand new day and a brand new opportunity to play well. And as we can see, Noor Zamziza has the technique on the head, which I call the toe rope. So she obviously ties an imaginary toe rope to the bowl, and she's looking to pull it as close as possible to the jack as she can. But Noor Farah just finishing short with her first bowl, and Emmy Luke, is she going to get around it? No, she just stops in front, so it's 1 to Malaysia. So perhaps a little surprising. It's contemplating changing her hand here. Obviously feels that last bowl is just in the way on that hand. I think there's actually room to draw around it, but the players will see it their own way, won't they, Lai Chin?
Yeah, I think she will assess her risk of knocking onto the front bowl, so probably less pressure going on the other way.
Yeah, so bit of a laugh there from Zamziza, so change of hand and just finishing over, but that's not a bad home against an experienced
it's good
team.
catchment, and also nearer to the tee in case the jack is knocked out.
So Emmy look again. Now which bowl is she going to get? I think she's going to get her own, and she does. And so that's a good result for Hong Kong. They hold 1, trailing 3-0 after
the 3 ends.
Yes, of this 14-end quarterfinal game. Right, and this time Noor Farah is
looking
just
a bit tight, the line.
pretty good speed, so she's going to finish in a good home. But
very good weight, yeah.
The players set very high standards for themselves, and at this level, you would expect them to be playing some pretty accurate stuff. So we'll bring you scores from other games as they become available on our live stream. I'll just update our screen here and see if we've got any scores to date. Possibly not. It's a little bit early in the day for that. Over at Kelang at the National Bowls Centre, we've got the Open Men playing their quarterfinals, and later in the day we'll see the under 25 women playing their semi-final. It's a smaller field, so they're just playing semi-final and final, and we'll see that later in the day. So just looking across the scores at the moment, as we know, the score here 3-0 to Malaysia. It's 1-1 in the game between Evergreen Lawn Bowls Club and India. Serena Cheong and Mei Lee lead Japan 5-1 in their game, and a good start by the Singaporean team. Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo lead Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker from New Zealand by 6-1 in their game. So early results here. That's 6-1 to Philippines after 4 ends. They played 4 ends in the Singapore A game against Japan. India game a little bit slower, only a couple of ends played there so far.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Helen just a tad heavy and knocked the holding ball out. So it's Malaysia 1 now.
Well,
Possibly 2, she indicates. Yeah.
so Zamziza, her first bowl. She's tight, but I think she's going to have good speed, so I'm not sure if it counts there. Emmy having a look. 1 down to that bowl.
Yeah, that ball probably did it force a change of hand from Helen? Yeah.
And she's on a good line here. She's on a great line here. Just going to slip by, but that'll be close enough for shot. Well played.
Well played.
Redeemed herself for the first one.
Yes.
She would be annoyed with herself. Players set themselves a high standard, and you know, inevitably when you're playing on slightly slower greens like this, you are going to get the odd bowl that where you're trying to reach and you get an unfortunate result. So now Noor Zamziza, what will she do? Has to be a little bit careful here not to trail that jack back to the Hong Kong bowls behind.
Yeah, that's a good catchment there at the back, so she need to be very careful.
So very deliberate player. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think she's going to play the forehand. It's probably a little bit safer, less chance of moving the jack from its current position. So let's watch this bowl. She's out on a pretty good line. Those bowls will start to turn. So weight comes off. Is she a little wide?
She was probably looking at sitting Helen's ball with that weight, but probably the line is a little bit wide to do what she wanted to do.
A little bit wide, a little bit heavy. So Helen with her third bowl and last bowl of this end. Well, definitely one. So Hong Kong are on the board. They're going to have a measure just for that second bowl. She turned her closest bowl out, but let's have a look and see what we've got. Nope, just the one. But they're on the board, and that's always a positive thing, isn't it, Bob?
Yeah. Again, another tight end. Hong Kong were unfortunate with one of their balls that knocked themselves out a little bit, but it's a very close game so far.
Yeah, high quality game for sure, and you can see why Hong Kong were the top qualifier here, because they're just playing very consistently, and 2, you can see that the Malaysian team are going to really give them a very close game, because they're just playing aggressive, positive bowls all of the time.
I don't know if you can see the score on the other games, Brett. Can you?
I'll just have a look at our live stream results. We've got the man I call the Singapore Army knife. That's Edmund Lim, who's a man for all seasons here. So if we look across the games, we've got India leading 5-1 in their game against ELBC, Indian pair of Nayanmuni Sarkar and Bangita Hazarika. They're playing Ling Li Li and Ho Seok Chin in the game between Singapore A, that's Serena Tiong and Mei Li. It's Singapore leading that game 5-1 after 4 ends. I think that's now, yes, that's 5-1. And in the game between New Zealand and the Philippines, I think it's 6-1 at the moment to the Philippines. But I noticed that New Zealand are holding a significant number of shots on this end as Leanne Paulson plays her last bowl. So we'll give you an update on that score as soon as we can.
Oh, another good ball coming in.
So we'll bring you those scores when we get a chance. So yes, New Zealand definitely scored. Back here, again a very close, close bowls, Bob, on this.
It looks as if Hong Kong may
15.
just be holding.
They are holding one.
Yep.
And North Farah just going to slip by, sits that back Hong Kong bowl, so still 1 to Hong Kong as the skips change over. And I'm just going to go and have a look at some of those scores and just make sure they're correct, and I'm going to hand back to Leicha.
So you can see Amy's second ball just sit up Farah's ball, and then Farah with a reply, sitting out Amy's ball, and then the two balls are in a very good position to receive if the skip can trail it to the back a little bit.
Yeah, that's opened it up a little.
Yeah. But it looks like Malaysia is holding one now.
Malaysia holding one, I think.
Yes, so the head has changed. That's
another good ball from
good
Malaysia.
Ball. Yeah. Alan has just promoted Nozam Ziza's ball up, so it's clear 2 up now. Nozam Ziza is looking to cover the back. So Amy is telling Helen to go a little bit heavy to trail the jack to the back. Let's see. It's looking like a good track. Yes, that was a good one. So we'll see.
Yeah, she did what was asked of her,
Yeah.
and it looks as if the jack has moved back to their own Hong Kong bowl, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, great bowl there from Helen. Look at this end. Look at how close the bowls are. We're just seeing pinpoint accuracy. I can confirm in the other games that India have just won their latest game, so we'll see their score updated in a minute. But they're leading 5-1. It's 6-3 to the Philippines over to Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo over Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker. And at the far game, it's our most one-sided result at the moment on the green. It's just missing from Zamziza, so 1 to Hong Kong. And in the far game, it's Singapore A, Serena Cheong and Mei Li leading Japan by 11 shots to 1 in their game. So some really good, so 11-1, 6-3 to the Philippines, 5-1 to India, and back here at in the TV game, it's 1 to Hong Kong and 3-2 after 5 ends. Nothing in it, Leacher. Nothing in this game so far between the teams. Very even.
Yes, it's really tight, and each team is only conceding 1, so nothing more than 1. So now it's very close of 2 to Hong Kong and 3 to Malaysia.
And we'll also keep an eye on the scores from Kelang, and see if we can get some live scoring of that of those quarterfinal games at Kelang today. Malaysia, and this is in the men's open pairs. Malaysia are playing the Philippines. New Zealand are playing the Lawn Bowls Disabled Society. The Evergreen Lawn Bowls Club, the team of Thomas Leong and Chu Pok Man, who we watched yesterday, they're playing their Singapore compatriots Anthony Lowe and Kelvin Teo, and India, Putul Sonawal and Dipankaj Sharma, who we also saw yesterday in that epic game against Thomas Leong and Chu Pok Man. They're playing Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham from Hong Kong. So we'll keep you up to date with that. But in the meantime, we're back here at Tanglin Club. We've played 5 ends in this women's quarterfinal game, World Bowl Series Lion City Cup event, and it's a close game. Looks like here Malaysia holding the shot, Lai Chin.
Yeah, it looks like Malaysia is holding with the front ball, and Noor Farah is looking to put in another one.
So
Gone a bit heavy.
yeah, just coming over. Obviously, in this direction, the wind, and I can't really call it wind. I can really only call it breeze up here on level 4 at Tanglin. Tends to be behind the players, so we've seen the players tend to be a little bit more over coming in this direction, so there we just see Emmy slide through. Good cover bowl there, but Malaysia probably still holding the shot. Noor Farah with her last bowl, very deliberate player. Again, just looking a little bit on the tight side. and just gets a touch on the Hong Kong bowl. I don't think that'll change the shot. I still think it's Malaysia holding as the players cross over on the 6th end. This is really an absorbing game. Probably one of the closest encounters we've seen so far, and definitely a high standard of play from all 4 players. There we see, I think that that's almost the disco move. I think, Bob, you'd be familiar with that disco move from your nightclubbing times here in Singapore.
Exactly. I'm still trying to do it every so often, Brett.
Yeah, I love watching Zamziza on the head. She's just a bundle of energy. So here we see Helen just coming down just a little bit heavy, sits on her bowl at the back. Still looks like it's Hong Kong holding as Noor Farah bounces up to the head and just giving her skip Zamziza jack level. (7-3) now to the Philippines in their game, and I think 14-1 to Singapore A in their game over Japan. So May and Serena looking in pretty good shape in that game. And here we have Helen possibly looking just to try and turn her bowls over, but unfortunately she's underplayed it. And not bad speed, but just coming underneath the head. So no change. It's probably one of the first ends where the skips actually haven't affected a change, Lee Chin.
I think the side of the ring tend to be a bit more challenging in terms of getting the line right for the players. So see if Zamziza can make some adjustment with her second ball.
Again, Helen Zamziza just a little heavy there.
Yeah, but that was a good adjustment, line adjustment. It's just a little bit heavy.
So this would be the loosest end I think we've had so far.
Yes.
Probably playing a slightly longer than we've played, but no real excuses. Just a Helen with her last bowl. Again, she looks on the tight side to me. There's a lot of finish, but she's got a little bit more weight this time. So what's she going to do with it? Is she going to get the jack? Oh, well, she gets we call that the slice of heaven. Sometimes there's the slice of hell, and sometimes there's the slice of heaven. We'll call that the slice of heaven. Yeah. She's come off Emmy's front bowls, and so 1 now to Hong Kong. And Zamziza coming up, just assessing. Has to be a little bit careful here, doesn't she? Because she only has her second shot there, and if Malaysia were to lose that bowl, that would bring in the front 2 bowls of Emmys. So
yes,
they're only 1 down, it's I'm expecting that we'll just see her drawing pretty much.
Options here. I think she either dead draw in or she just play a little heavy to sit the Hong Kong's ball out or trail the jacks.
Let's see. Zamziza. Last bowl of the 6th end. Oh, she's tight. Again, just missing that line. Which bowl is she going to get? She doesn't get any of the bowls. So 1 to Hong Kong. And we're all tied up.
All tied up now, so it gets more exciting.
You couldn't get a tighter game. 3 all after 6 ends. and just seeing some really good bowls from these players. So, shorter end here.
Remind me again, Brett, is there a time limit on this or not?
There is an hour, I understand, for the quarterfinals, and I will check with the ITOs that there's an hour and 40 time limit for this game. So they'll be watching, just making sure that we keep play moving.
Because this game is a little slower than the other two going on. The pace is just a bit behind. They've been very deliberate in their shots.
They have been. Obviously, a lot at stake. World Bowl Series ranking points, and also the prize money and prestige from this event. And that's a great opening bowl from Emi Look, the Hong Kong lead. Really playing some very nice bowls here.
And a great opening shot here from Hong Kong.
Noor Farah, the Malaysian lead, World Indoor Singles Champion. Yes, there is a time limit. Thank you. Okay, 49 minutes left in this game, so they will need to move it along a little bit. Great bowl from Noor Farah. Big smile on her face. She'd be very pleased with that bowl, precision bowl. So Emi Look with her second bowl now. Again, looking to just come down and see if she can draw the shot. She's close here. Wow, look at that.
Wow. It's a fantastic draw.
Yeah, what a, the bowls are just down in front of us here at the commentary position, and wow, what precision we're seeing from these players. So Noor Farah now with her second bowl, and she's close too. What's she going to do? Just going to slip past. Just actually rocked. Rocked the edge, slightly turned that bowl of Malaysia, but didn't turn it down, fortunately for Malaysia. So that'll be Emi Look's. That's what she'll be trying to do, just to see if she can get a contact there, and she's close. She's very close here. She going to turn in time? Oh, just passed. Wow, look at that. All 5 bowls to date in on the centre line. So great greening from these players. Just a matter of adjusting weight, and Noor Farah now coming down, looking to see if she can add another shot. And she's close. She's close. Well, she gets the jack.
Zamziza having a giggle.
But honestly, you could take out a tea towel and you could probably cover most of those shot bowls. If you had a beach towel, you could cover them all. It's a
Zamziza is indicating that she can't tell which bowl is holding.
What an end! It's just typical of this game.
The Hong Kong ball looks as if it could fall over at any minute, and it would then be resting on the jack.
It does. So it's Helen with first bowl here, and she'll be looking to just try and draw up on that side. She's got a bowl catching. Any contact on Emi's bowl should pop the Malaysian bowl out, and she's on a good line here. Just slightly obscured by the players, and she's popped that bowl out perfectly. That's a great bowl. So 3 to Hong Kong. Just very, very well played. So you see the indication from Noor Farah, 3 down. Bowls are level, so to Zamziza come down there with some weight. Similar sort of bowl to Helen. So Zamziza playing with more weight. Is she going to hold? She's going to hold there. Great bowl.
Great.
What a great bowl. So one to Malaysia. Yeah, the bowls just seemed to hold a little bit there. Just seemed to hold their line a little bit. It looked
Yes.
tight, but as we saw with the previous bowl that Farah played, they
Yeah.
seemed to hold up a little bit there. So so good bowl by Zamziza, and now it's Helen. And there you see it again, just slight straightener there, just holding. So still 1 to Malaysia, but they're surrounded by Hong Kong bowls.
Yes.
Having said that, it's Malaysia that has the bowls just behind, and so it'll need to be quite delicate for Helen. So
Nofara is telling Zamziza to try to trail the jack a little bit to the back, then they will get 3.
thank you for that translation, Lee Chin. Very, very good to have you in the commentary position with us today.
It's good to be able to understand Malay.
Yeah.
For once, I feel it's helpful.
And she's played this very well. That's a great bowl. That's an outstanding bowl. So 2 now to Malaysia. I mean, is there anything these players can't do this morning? It really is.
High quality play.
It sure is. So Helen now, does she try and play her own bowl through on her forehand side, or does she swap over and try and play the backhand and see if she can get some contact on the jack on that side? Definitely more going for, better results if she can move the jack to the left as we're looking at it on our screen.
Yeah.
But she hasn't played a bowl down that side on this end, and she may be tempted just to try and see if she can turn her own front bowl up
Yes.
for second or even for the shot. So let's see what we've got in store here.
Looks like she's going to change hand.
So she'll be looking to probe down on this backhand side. Turn on her own bowl's good. If she can get the jack, she's close. She's close. Oh, that's magnificent. That's absolutely magnificent. What a great bowl. So 1 to Hong Kong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like it's 1 to Hong Kong.
And Zamziza now, little smile, having a chat to Eddie, the Malaysian coach, as she wanders back. I think she'll look and play with weight down on the forehand side. There's a possibility she could pop the bowl out clean.
Yeah.
And it's also Malaysia that have the back bowl, the very backest bowl. So if she can get a contact on the shot bowl, potentially gets the shot. So let's watch this bowl with interest. She's close. She's very close here. She comes off that. Oh, Nor Farah indicates 1 down. No, I think 1 down. Yep, one down it is. Great effort.
Great effort. She have moved the 2 Malaysian bowls closer, but not close enough.
Very, very good play from that we're seeing from these players. In the other games, it's India leading 8-1 in their game against ELBC. It is the Philippines leading the New Zealand team 8-3, and it's Singapore leading Japan 15-2 in their quarterfinal game. So Singapore looking to continue their good form. Mei Lee was outstanding yesterday. Played some great bowls in the win that they had over the Philippines, which was our televised game yesterday, and the Philippines also continuing to play some pretty good bowls. So,
well, Hong Kong have just eased ahead, but that was one of the highest quality ends we've seen, Brett.
Absolutely.
The accuracy was unbelievable.
Well, it's bowl for bowl. Just when you think someone's played the magnificent bowl to win the end, next minute someone plays a better one.
Yeah.
And again, we see the beginning of this eighth end, and Emmy look right on the jack. So 4-3 to Hong Kong after 7 ends. One an end. You can't get tighter than that unless we have a drawn end, and that might be the only thing we haven't seen so far. Lee Chin, what are your observations about the quality of play this morning?
I think the Hong Kong team seems to have settled into the game, and now they are leading for the first time after N6. So let's see if they can continue to be a great challenge to the Malaysian team.
So Amy look with her second bowl here. Lying shot. Just breaking now. Is she gonna come past? Yeah, she comes past. That's a good bowl. She gets applause from Helen for a good bowl there. Now Nor Farah with her second bowl. Just slipping past, but that's a good bowl there, good catcher. Zamziza just indicating you're about a metre over. All the players playing very precisely this morning. And just as I say that, I'll put the complete commentator's curse on Emmy Look, and that would be probably her loosest bowl of the game.
Yes.
As she's just played over. So, Nor Farah with her last bowl. And again, she's just gone a little bit wide, just struggling a little bit on this hand.
Also another loose game.
Yeah.
Loose bowl.
Yeah, I think we've seen on this rink that the forehand side or the right hand side of the screen, as you're looking at it, that the side that Emmy's come down just tends to be a little bit more consistent on the clubhouse side.
Yep.
We see that just a little bit of breeze perhaps coming off that clubhouse at times. So just update on the scores. India leading ELBC 9-2. Philippines leading, that's after 8 ends. Philippines leading New Zealand 8-4 after 9 ends. And in the far game, just slightly obscured from the board. Japan have just scored in that game, and I think they scored 1, so that will make the score 15-3 to Singapore A.
So over at the Hong Kong and Malaysia side, Helen just put the ball and tipped the jack towards the Malaysian side.
Should be disappointed with that. Such a good bowl, yeah. A couple of times now she's just played a little heavy in this direction.
Yeah.
And Nur Zamziza, there we go. That's the pull. That's the tow rope. Getting that tow rope on and pulling that bowl closer. Unfortunately, it doesn't make the bowls go any faster, but it makes for a bit of action. And here we have Helen just sneaking through that hole. So Nur Zamziza now with her second bowl of this 8th end, trailing by 1, holding 1. And she's on a good line here, starting to break now. She's going to get a touch of the jack, and that will make 2 for Malaysia as her bowl sits back. So definitely 2 to Malaysia. Are we going to see a break? Let's see. Helen with her last ball. Nope, she's just going to duck underneath. I thought she might have played the other hand and looked to try and turn her own bowls up.
That's certainly a good option to consider. Yeah.
But obviously, she knows what she's doing. Very experienced player, and but in this case, she's just played too narrow. So it's 2 to Malaysia at this point, with Nur Zamziza playing her last bowl, and again she's on a pretty good line here. Just starting to break down now. The crowd starts applauding. Yep, that's the third shot. So 3 to Malaysia. Outcome 2.
So that was the first multiple we saw.
Yep, and but unlucky for Hong Kong there. They had a good shot on the jack.
Yes.
But as you see, Helen just getting that touch on it. Does that prove to be, one of the decisive moments in this game? So 6-4 now to Malaysia. We've played 8 of the 14 ends. I think it's fair to say we're going to struggle to get all 14 ends in. Both teams playing fairly slowly. We've been going here for about an hour at Tanglin. So 40 minutes to go. Not impossible, but they would definitely need to pick up the pace of those ends as they go. All right. Slightly longer end from the Malaysians. Just maybe a couple of meters further than they've been playing. Obviously no stranger to slow greens. And a good opening bowl from Noor Farah. What can Emmy Luke do? Played a very good bowl with her first bowl on the last end for a toucher. So, good bowl there from Noor Farah, but it's still Hong Kong holding as Emmy plays her second bowl. Little tight here, I think, Lee Chin.
Yeah. She's on a tighter line, but weight looks fantastic.
Yeah, very good weight. So 2 now to Hong Kong, looking to bounce back from dropping 3 on the last end. Noor Farah. Has she got the weight? I'm not sure if she's got the weight. Yep, just dropping short. So early advantage on this 9th end to Hong Kong, holding 2. And Emmy Look with her last bowl. Better line this time, Lee. Chin?
Yeah, it's better lines. Looks like a good adjustment from Amy.
Well, 3 bowls, 3 shots. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good performance from her. Let's see what the skips can now muster up in their 3 bowls each. Alright, so Norzum Ziza, her first bowl. 3 down. And just going to draw up there with a little bit of weight. She's going to get a touch. She gets the touch. Still looks like Hong Kong holding at least 2, I think.
Yeah, she may have cut out 1.
Yeah, it looks like she may have cut out that back bowl. Helen with her first bowl. Out on a much wider line here. And I don't think that bowl will quite get back. Good weight, good speed.
Good weight, yes.
But just a little wide. Probably a little bit conscious of not being narrow to turn that Malaysian bowl up.
Yeah.
So Hong Kong still holding 2. Let's see what Zamziza can do this time.
Yeah. Looks like Zamziza has corrected her line a little bit. Is it? Or
She's looking for a touch on her bowl. She gets a touch on her bowl. That's magnificent.
it's a holding shot now.
Very good bowl from the Malaysian skip. So 1 to Malaysia. Hong Kong, of course, with a bowl just behind. So, but Malaysia with the 2 very back bowls. So, what a good game this has been. Such good bowls.
So Helen has made
Wow.
a very good adjustment to the line as well as the weight.
Great bowl. We saw one of the bowls fall over just actually as her bowl approached.
Yes.
So it's still looking like 1 to Malaysia, but very good bowl from Helen. So Norzum Ziza trotting back to have to play her last bowl, I should say.
But Helen's bowl does look like it's tilting backward a little bit, so if anything, it may tilt back.
Yeah, it may just
Fall back. Out.
So
Yeah, fall out. But we'll see.
right. So what have we got? She's gone wider this time. So maybe just conscious of not wanting to get onto that bowl. Again, good speed, but
Yes.
just a shade wide there for the Malaysian skip. So Helen with her last bowl. What can she do here? Playing down with a bit of weight. Now, will it hold? It's holding. It's holding. She gets the wick. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, 1 it is to Malaysia.
1 to
What
Malaysia.
what a great attempt by the Hong Kong skip Helen Chung, but to no avail. Here we see the first bowl of Norzum Ziza. Just getting in there for 3rd shot. Her second bowl, where she just got her first bowl perfectly and just punched it in for 1. And Helen's second bowl, just sitting on the shot bowl for 2nd shot. And here's that last bowl. Wow, how did it get through that hole, Bob?
There didn't look enough room to get between there, right?
Yeah, quite incredible, really. So just around the boards, 15-4 now to Singapore A against Japan, 8-5 to the Philippines against New Zealand, and 9-2 India leading ELBC. So it's tight. And back here in the televised game, that's a pretty good opener from Nor Farah, just sliding past. I see she swapped back onto this other side, coming this way, I think, realising it is a slightly truer hand, Lee Chin.
Yes, I think she realized that the inside is a little bit more stable, easier to control.
And she's been giving Emmy Look a bit of a free hit on that hand, which is not good. Emmy just dropping short with her first bowl.
Well, she has excellent line though.
Yeah,
So
she's played so well
Yeah.
in this game so far. And Hong Kong just a little unlucky that Helen Chung's got a couple of bad results when she's had shot but come down with weight. Good spotting, Lee Chin. Just a little technical error with the crew there, but 7-4 it is to Malaysia. The scoreboard hasn't been properly updated here as Emmy Look just slides past. Again, you can see all 4 bowls on the centre line, so very good green from the players. But it's Noor Farah with the early advantage here on this 10th end. She's holding the shot as she plays her third and last bowl on this end. Again, the tow rope's out. Is she going to get past that front bowl? Yes, she is, and that's another shot. So well played, Noor Farah. That's the form that got you the World Indoor Singles title. Recently played in Guernsey. And Emmy Look, her last bowl. If Hong Kong ever needed a good shot, now is the time. They trail 7-4. It's been a very tight game, and this is a good bowl. Is it going to just pull up in time? Well, just hangs slightly wide. It sits down, so that might be second shot. Plenty of room for the skips there. So I think it's Malaysia holding 1. Bob, your observations?
I'm just catching up with this. That was the replay of the first shot. I'm not sure where we are. If we get a view now, it looks as if Malaysia may be holding. From this angle,
so Zamziza with her first bowl. In 10, Malaysia leading 7 shots to 4.
and this is a good ball coming
And she's
in.
played this well. Yes,
So that's the
urging the
holding
bowl
shot.
forward, and that's the shot itself. So I think 2 to Malaysia now, and a nice opening bowl from the Malaysian skipper. Thank you. So I've just had our Singapore Army knife, Edmund Lim, has told me that we've got the Kelang scores for you, so I'll just bring those to you in a second.
Meanwhile, Helen has just put in her first bowl, a little bit short.
So still Malaysia holding. I'll let you commentate that, Lee Chin, while I find the results for from our games at Kelang.
And Noor Samsiza is looking to put in another one.
Yeah, that looks like it counts.
That's enough to be the second shot.
Okay, so from Kelang, where we're playing the quarterfinals of the men's tournament, I can tell you that in the game between the Philippines and Malaysia, it's all one-way traffic. Elma Abateo and James Raz leading 15-4 in that game. In the second of the quarterfinals, it's New Zealand Sheldon Baggery Howley and Keanu Darby. They are playing the Lawn Bowls Disabled Society team of Kerman Mohammed and Gordon Singh, and it's a close game there, 6-5 to the Kiwis. The third game, it's Chupok Man and Thomas Leong continuing the excellent form from yesterday, and they now lead 15-2 against Anthony Lowe and Kelvin Teo, and it's all tied up in the final quarterfinal game, India versus Hong Kong, 8-all in those games. So plenty of interest in in those games, and we'll keep you up to date with those scores. The live scoring is available on the Bowl Singapore site, so if you have a computer handy, you can track those results yourself. But in the meantime, it's back here. It's Malaysia who have scored, I think, 3 shots.
Yeah.
And this lead now starting to look pretty decisive after we've now played 10 ends of the 14, so 10-4 now. Malaysia lead over Hong Kong, and just those 2 threes, both scored in this direction. Just the difference, and I think particularly the Malaysian team swapping over to the open hand, the hand away from the clubhouse, just given them a little bit of an advantage. So Jack delivered just in front of us here. It's about a 3/4 length end here at Tanglin. Bob, is there any way back for Hong Kong in this game?
It's going to be difficult because Malaysia are playing so well and are so relaxed and are really enjoying their bowls. They can, you can see from the smiles on their faces and the contact between the 2 players. It really is a good team, and they're coming strong just at the right time.
They sure are. Little hop, skip and a jump from Zamziza there as Noor Farah just slides past the Jack. Sorry, Bob.
Hong Kong have had a bit of bad luck. But you know what they say, the 3 L's, right?
Yep. And right on time, another one of those L's, Emmy Luke. She draws a very good shot. That's a nice opening bowl by the Hong Kong lead, and if they're going to get back in the game, it's going to be bowls like that they're going to need against this very well drilled and well performed Singapore team. Noor Farah with her second bowl and being expertly guided by Zamziza, and that one it is to Malaysia. Nice reply from the world indoor singles champion, and Emmy Look now with her second bowl, and she's on a good line here. What's she going to do? She's going to get the edge of the Jack. She's going to get the edge of the bowl. No, she just touches the bowl but slips by. So good bowl there. Again, all 4 bowls pretty much on the centre line. So players,
the level of play and the level of concentration has really been terrific. They're benefiting a little bit from playing in the shade, not full sun. But
so just going to drop short with her last bowl again on the centre line. So it's only a speed calculation that's held them back. So I can confirm that Singapore A, Serena and May have won their game. They've beaten the Japanese side. I see them taking their bowls back. So I think that game got beyond the point of no return. 15-5 says the board. Great bowl there from Serena, just slipping under. So, but giving her skip some good position bowls, and she gets applause from Helen accordingly. So Singapore A are the first of our semi-finalists in this Lion City Cup Open Women's event, part of the World Bowl Series. Who will they play? That will be determined by the results in some of these other games, and we'll bring those to you as we get them. So here we go. It's Zamziza with her first bowl. Malaysia lying 1, leading 10-4. What can they do here? So well, she gets a little skid off Noor Farah's bowl, and from where we see, that looks like that is another shot. So it's 2 now to Malaysia.
Because the blue ball seems to be a bit behind the Hong Kong ball. Yeah. Does it look too?
Yeah, it's pretty close. And here's Helen. She's close here. Now she's going to... Oh, she just gets wrecked on the Malaysian bowl. Well, that's very unfortunate. So she's turned Noor Farah's bowl up, and Noor Farah indicates 3. So Malaysia are holding 3 here, so that back bowl does count. And Noor Zamziza, Noor Farah saying to her, get around the back. We don't have the backers bowl. We're holding 3. We're leading 10-4. So just get a position bowl in for me, just in case Helen decides to attack.
Ladies, we're just under 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes remaining.
So we'll keep you posted on other results. India leading their game 10-3. It's I think 11-6 now in the game, the Philippines against New Zealand. And it's Helen Leung here on the run. She's going to get the shot bowl. Well, what a great bowl. That's the shot. What a great bowl. So three down to 1 up. What a great bowl from the Hong Kong skip to try and keep them in the game.
Yeah, that was really precision with weight and line.
So now it's Zamziza having played her second bowl around the back. She's got the position at the back. Malaysia has got 2 bowls in the head. You can see the 2 Singapore bowls, the blue bowl of Helen Chung and the orange bowl of Emi Look locked together there. So pretty hard to get that bowl out clean. So she'll probably be looking for the jack more than the bowl. So let's see what's possible here. Noor Zamziza. Last bowl, end 11, and she's on the run. It's on a good line. It's on a good line. Well, she gets contact, but leaves the shot bowl where it is. So it's still 1 to Hong Kong. So Malaysia are out of bullets. So that means they won't score on this end unless something untoward happens. So 10-4 to Malaysia. Hong Kong holding 1, and Helen Chung with her last bowl and the chance to draw another shot. Played it out again. Just looks like she's got a shade wide and a shade heavy. You can't blame her for wanting to be up. So it's 1 to Hong Kong. The score is now 10-5. We played 11 ends. With probably the chance of at least 1, maybe 2 ends left in this game. So still a chance for Hong Kong to get up and win this game. There we see the bowl from Helen Chung, beautifully played. 3 down, and then there's the last bowl from Zamziza. Got through the gap, but didn't dislodge the shot bowl or the jack. And it was Hong Kong still able to hold the shot. So what chance have we got here, Bob, that Hong Kong can have got enough time to get back in and win this?
Well, the time is going to be a factor now, isn't it? Because we're on which end now, the 12th? So there's 12, 13, 14, 3 more ends, and we've probably got about 7 or 8 minutes.
So this might well be our last end.
Yeah.
They'd have to play quickly to get, and at this stage, they're not. We see them taking their time. I'm surprised the Hong Kong players aren't playing a little bit quicker, knowing that they trail by 5. They've opted for a long end here, so
it's
the
a
jack's
long end. They've gone long.
Yeah, jack back on 2 metres. This is the longest end we've played. And Emi Look's bowl will just slide by, and unfortunately it's going to finish in the ditch. So if it is the last end, the prospects of Hong Kong getting a 6 to win the game are tricky. Tell us, Lee Chin, tell us why you think they may have opted for a long end here. Maybe just trying to change things up a little bit, but look what Noor Farah has done with her first bowl. That's a great bowl. Applause from the the crowd here at Tanglin Club, 1 to Malaysia, and I just wonder whether this tactic may have backfired a little bit on the
the Hong Kong team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You can see a good weight adjustment from Emmy.
yeah, that was a nice correction. Hard when you do change the length when you've been playing short to medium ends.
Yeah.
Now it's Noor Farah just dropping short with her second bowl, a bit uncharacteristic there, but Malaysia still holding one, I think, from our position here. Emmy, look what can she do with her last bowl. Played a very good correction with her second one.
She has made a bit of correction on the line too.
Just going to slip by. The bowl is going to stay up on the rink, as we can see there. So, two good catches, and Noor Zamziza are saying to Noor Farah, look, we've got the shot. Try and get a position bowl for me around the back here, so we can prevent any trail shot from them. So, but she's not going to do that. She's going to drop short. Well, that's very uncharacteristic. Two poor bowls from the Malaysian lead. She's got her hand on her head.
The pressure is really building up towards the end of the match.
And so let's see what we can get here. So Noor Zamziza coming down. So in the remaining games here, India are leading ELBC 13-3, and probably what is in the surprise result of the morning, it's the Philippines team who are leading Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker, who won their section, and that score to me looks like 13-6. So that looks like a pretty decisive margin for the Philippines team, and they look like that they'll cause the upset of this round, beating Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker from New Zealand. Leanne Paulson rated in the top 30 in the world. Lee Chin's just going to check that result for me, but yeah, that's looking like the upset of the morning. We'll come to you with updated scores from Kelang in just a second as we update the live stream there on those games. So at Kelang in the Open Men's quarterfinals, it's the Philippines leading Malaysia 17-8, all square, 6-all in the game between New Zealand and LBADS. It's 17-3 to ELBC, to Thomas Leon Chupokman against Singapore A, and India have nudged ahead 11-10 against Hong Kong in their quarterfinals. So saw some very tight games there between New Zealand and the Lawn Bowls disabled team, and between India and Hong Kong, and we'll keep you up to date with those results as we continue. Meanwhile, back here, it's Malaysia holding one. That good bowl from Noor Zamziza. 13-8 it is. New Zealand against the Philippines, and so that's looking like a win to the Philippines. And Noor Zamziza now with her last bowl. Oh no, second bowl of this end. She's just going to slide by and sits that bowl behind. No, that was the last bowl of the end. So it's 1 to Malaysia. They lead 11-5. It looks like we're going to have time for one more end.
It looks like we'll get one more end in probably here.
So Malaysia with probably the winning margin now, 11-5. Pretty hard to get 6, though not impossible, and it's been done before in bowls. As the Malaysians opting for a 3/4 length end, and the mat's up a little bit, so it'll be medium to 3/4. And World Indoor Singles champion Noor Farah will lead off in this game. So down on this forehand side, she's played this side so well, hasn't she, Lee Chin?
Yes, and just as you say, in the opening of the game, Malaysia came in as a 4th position in their group. When you get into quarterfinal, it's a total reset. So they're playing so well in this game that they are.
So game over in the Philippines-New Zealand game, and it's a win to the Philippines. It just goes to show you, they were the 7th qualifier, and they've got up to win this game. And in this game, Malaysia were the 8th qualifier, and they've got up to beat. They're going to get up, it looks like, to beat the top qualifiers. So section play results, turned on their head here in the quarterfinals of the event, as those teams, I guess, peaking at the right time. As we like to say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And both the Philippines team and Malaysia finishing very well. So Emmy Look now with her second bowl.
Singapore game, how has that finished?
Singapore won their game against Japan, so they're through to the semi-finals, and it's looking like India will win that game. They are leading 13-3 against the ULBC, so some local interest definitely in the semi-finals with Serena Tiong and Mei Lee having reached the final. Mei having recently represented Singapore at the World Indoor Singles, and it was at the World Indoor Singles where this player, Noor Farah, was successful in winning that title. So Zamziza urging her lead on. I still think it's 2 to Singapore, to Hong Kong here. So mathematically, we still have Hong Kong has a chance, and if Emmy Look can add another bowl here, then suddenly the pressure goes back on Malaysia to get a bowl in the head, and she's close. She's very close. Well, yeah, I think that's 3. To Hong Kong. Certainly pretty close to it. Well, how do you see it, Lee Chip?
The Hong Kong team is holding 3, but I think there's still plenty of room for the skips to draw in. So there's still a chance that the Malaysia team will deny Hong Kong the 6.
Well, certainly based on the standard of this game to date, we would expect the skips to be able to get in there, but pressure does funny things to people, doesn't it? So let's see what Noor's.
We see that Noor Farah has been a little bit short even from the last end.
So maybe just a little bit of pressure going on. So Noor Zamziza with her first bowl of this 13th and what will be their last end here, and she's just going to drop short. So definitely 3 to Hong Kong.
Yes. For now, Hong Kong is keeping their 3.
Yeah. So reminding viewers that they need 6 here to tie the score to take this quarterfinal game to an extra end. Helen coming down with her first bowl, and this looks to me like another shot. Yes, it is. So now 4 to Hong Kong. Right, so there'll be so Noor Zamziza saying, look, should I come down the other side there and just try and sort of beat those front bowls to draw a shot. Obviously mindful she doesn't want to keep hitting that front bunch of Hong Kong bowls. So what can she do? Second bowl, 13th end. It'll be our last. So early applause from her skip. Is she going to get past the front bowls? No. So again, into the wall in the front. So Hong Kong holding 4.
It's not difficult. It's not easy to draw in because bear in mind that the jack is covered. It's not visible from their direction.
That's right. So that's the bell. And I just think Helen might be a bit quick here. No, she's pulling up now. That's another shot. So that's 5. So 5 now to Hong Kong.
So the Malaysian skip is going to roll her last ball. So they are having a little chat.
You can see Ziza saying to her lead, look, maybe I should play with some weight. These bowls I can hit there. I've only got to push one of those bowls through. But it's not a big target. It's only I guess a couple of bowls with that short bowl of Nor Farah's there just in the way. So are we about to see a dramatic turnaround in this game?
Yeah.
There's plenty of room to draw. I mean, you've only got to really
probably
beat.
A safer option is if you miss.
That's right. That's right. All right. So Coach Eddie's out of his seat. Noor Samsiza looks to me like she's going to be drawing on the backhand again. No, she's playing with weight. Playing with weight on the forehand. Breaking now. Breaking now. Is she going to touch anything? Well, yes, she does. So she turns the bowl out. But I still think that counts. So if Helen can draw another shot here, Hong Kong will have scored 6 shots. Which will be incredible. So what can she do with this last bowl? She's drawn 2 shots with her first 2. The last bowl is on its way. Hong Kong holding 5. She's gone wide. She's gone wide. Is she going to reach? No, she's not. So in the most dramatic of fashions, Malaysia, Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza have dropped 5 shots here on this 13th and what has ended up the final end to win a dramatic game 11-10 against Helen Chung and Emmy Luke from Hong Kong. Bob, your thoughts?
Well, that last end was the highest scoring end of all ends, and at a time when they needed just one more to come level. It's been a really, really intriguing game with a lot of strategizing, a level of concentration which really has been extremely high all the way through. And it looks now as if Malaysia, our Singapore arch rival and friendly competitor, may be well on the way to a gong.
So Lee Chin, your thoughts on that game? I know you have a foot in both camps as a Malaysian, but now of course living in Singapore and playing bowls in Singapore. Your thoughts about that game?
Yeah, I think it's a very high level game, and both teams started off with just conceding 1 up to around N8. That's when Malaysia come back, takes 3 and then another 3. So I can see that the pressure built up, and then that probably affected the players a little bit, and that's why we are seeing the higher scorings come at the end of the game.
Yeah, so look, a high quality game. I think both teams can be very pleased with the way they played, but just to in summary, it was Malaysia who held on to beat Hong Kong 11-10. So the 8th qualifier beats the number 1 qualifier. Down at the other end of the green, it was the Philippines, the Crusaders team of Aini Knight and Angelica Abateo. They were the 7th qualifier. They beat the number 2 qualifiers, New Zealand's Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker. Singapore A, Mei Lee and Serena Tiang, they got up to beat Japan comfortably in their game, and they'll be into the semi-finals. And the 4th semi-finalist is the Indian team of Nayamoni Saikar, the Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the 4s from the Birmingham Commonwealth Games, playing with Bangita Hazariki. They were successful in their game against the ELBC team. So a great semi-final lineup in prospect for us. And now, just before we sign off, we'll bring you the scores from the games that are being men's games that are being played at Kelang Bowling Club. Where the men are playing their semi-finals, and in those semi-finals, and Edwin, are these final scores from Kelang yet, or are they still provisional scores? We're just going to check. I don't want to, but the.
There's definitely one that completed, Philippines against Malaysia. The rest are still.
So the Philippines have beaten Malaysia in one quarter final.
One more score coming in.
Okay, in the
Hong Kong just beat India 13-12.
so Hong Kong have got up after trailing 11-10. Hong Kong have got up to beat India in their quarter final. So that's a great performance by the Hong Kong team to win that game. That's Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham who have got up to beat Putul Sanawal and Dipankar Sama 13-11. It's 19-4 in the other semi-final. So Thomas Leong and Chupok Man have from ELBC have comfortably beaten Anthony Lowe and Kelvin Teo, and the one and it's New Zealand, Sheldon Baggery Halley and Keanu Darby. They're playing in the remaining quarterfinal game, and they lead 10-7 in that game against the lawn bowls disabled team of Kerman Mohammed and Gordon Singh, with Shanmuga Nathan as the third player in that, and they've played 12 ends. So we will just confirm the final scores for you in a minute. But what we can, so look for those updates. But what we can confirm is that Hong Kong are one semi-finalist in the men's. We can confirm that the Philippines are also through. We can confirm that Thomas Leong and Chupok Man from ELBC have got through, and we just await the final score of that New Zealand LBADS game. We're being advised that the New Zealand team have won that game. So the semi-finalists again in the men, the Philippines, New Zealand, ELBC and Hong Kong. We'll be back for more coverage in a moment, and so on behalf of our commentary team, this is Brett O'Reilly with expert comments from Lee Chin. Thank you, Lee, for your Lee Chin, for your work.
Thank you, Brett.
Today you've done a great job, and it's been great to get your insights. And Bob Gaddy, great to have you join us again in the commentary, and we'll be back for more commentary. It'll be with the semi-finals of the boys pairs, and then we'll have the final of the Open Women's event here at the Lion City Cup, a World Bowl Series event here at the Tanglin Club in Singapore. Thank you.
Tarik. Wide. Kill down. Nampak ni? Line ni? Tengah. Ke sana ke sana? Sana ke sini?
Welcome back to the Lion City Cup World Bowl Series event here in Singapore. We're at the Tanglin Club, and with me in commentary position is Bob Gatty from the Tanglin Club, and been providing expert commentary, a man who's worked most of his life in the sports industry, so he knows a lot about sport and a lot about bowls, and it's great to have you with me, Bob. We're watching the semi-finals this round of the men's under 25 pairs, and what an intriguing game we've got. In front of us we can see the Hong Kong skip. Hong Kong is Muhammad Haikal Azami, we'll call him Haikal, and he has already played for the Malaysian senior team at the World Bowls last year, so in Gold Coast, so he was number 2 in the triples and the fours. And he's playing with Ahmad Zikri Zazili, who's also a very accomplished player from Malaysia, and we'll tell you a little bit about him. They're playing against the Hong Kong pair of Quinton Ip, who's just played his bowl there. He's playing with the white bowls, and you can see him coming to the back. And leading for Quinton Ip is Nixon Mann, and Nixon started this first end in fine fashion. You can see his yellow and green bowls dotted on the jack, and that's a great start for the Hong Kong team, as we see Haikal trying to just see if he can disturb those bowls. It looks like Hong Kong holding 2 shots here, those 2 bowls of Nixon's on the jack. I met these 2 young Hong Kong players, delightful guys, actually in the hotel laundry. We were doing some laundry a couple of nights ago, and they're really delightful young men, and I really love their bowls, and we had a good chat while we were waiting for our laundry. And that's a great bowl from Quinton. That's 3 now, and so great start here for the Hong Kong team as Haikal lines up to play his 3rd bowl. Left-hander, and looking to see if he can play with weight to get some disturbance on those bowls. And again, it looks like he's got a shade wide, just drifting past, so didn't correct with any of his bowls. In fact, we look at those 3 bowls, which you can't see on your screen, but they're at the back of the rink, and they've all got the same weight and all pretty much in the same line, so he'll be disappointed with that. And it's going to be early advantage to Hong Kong here, as Quinton plays his last bowl, just looking to see if he can get past the Malaysian bowl, which he does. And I think that's going to be 4 to Hong Kong, 4 to Hong Kong, and that's a great start for the team from Hong Kong. Really good beginning to this game. Bob, in this fantastic surroundings here at Tanglin Club, tell us a bit about what we're looking at in front of us.
Well, we're very fortunate, Brett, in space-scarce Singapore. We're on the 4th floor of a sports centre at the Tanglin Club, on the roof of the sports centre, and we've got obviously a championship type green. We're surrounded by high-rise buildings, both hotels, apartments, office buildings. It means it can get pretty hot, but so far the weather's been relatively kind to us. There's still a bit of shadow. The Tanglin Club has taken bowls very seriously, along with a lot of other sports, and it goes back a long way to the beginning of the Tanglin Club. Started in 1865. We have more than 4,000 members, 70 plus nationalities, so it's a very cosmopolitan environment. And hosting bowls games and tournaments has become a great feature of the club, and bowls has become very popular. The bowls section now has 120 to 150 or so members, and a good portion of that are very regular players on club nights, and also for competitive tournaments. We have an inter-club tournament that finished not too long ago. So we're very fortunate, Brett. And as we're into the third day now of this tournament, it looks as if all the teams have been enjoying themselves. The level of play has been very, very high. And now we're getting into the sharp end. It looks as if we've got certainly a game here that is going to be entertaining, and a couple of others going on the other part of the green.
So I endorse your comments, Bob. I mean, we've just had a great time here at TANGLIN, being used as headquarters. It's where we're doing all of our broadcasting from, and we can see that the players have been really enjoying it. So today we've got this under 25 men's pairs here. Those keen viewers may have seen there's that first bowl from Hong Kong lead Nixon Man, and then we see a great bowl played by Ahmed with his first bowl. Ahmed Zikri Sasili, actually very credentialed player, has actually won the Open National Singles title in Malaysia and represented them at the Champion of Champions Singles in Helensvale in 2019. He's an accomplished skip in his own right, so he's skipped and won the KL Open Fours as a skip. But today he's leading, and leading for Haikal, and Muhammad Haikal Azami is a member of the Malaysian national team, and played number 2 for them at the World Bowls, and playing 2 youth players from Hong Kong, Quentin Ip and Nixon Manton experience. You would think that it's advantage Malaysia, but as we've known bowls, you can't count on that. So that's Haikal just getting a touch on the jack, and so it's Malaysia holding 2 shots here. Also at the TANGLIN Club, we're down to the semi-finals in the Women's Open event. And further away from us, we've got the Malaysian combination of Noor Farah and Noor Zamzani. They're playing Serena Tiang and Mei Li from Hong Kong. And the other semi-final is between the Indian team, Nayan Mori Sakar and her partner Bangita Hazariki. And they're playing the Philippines team, the Crusaders pair of Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo. So we'll bring you results from those games as we go through. And on the adjoining rink, our other semi-final game in this men's under 25 event is between Singapore A and Singapore B. So we're going to have a Singapore team in the final one way or another. Singapore A, Harriman Yuan and Isaac Yu, and that's Singapore A, and Singapore B is Jonathan Ho, and he's playing with I think Zathias Ng. Some of the under 25 Singapore teams have got 3 players, not 3 players on the green, but 3 players on the team sheet. Because of exam commitments that some of the younger students have this week. So we'll confirm which of those players are playing, just obscured from our position. But back here for this first semi-final game, Hong Kong leading 4-0 after the first end, but it's Malaysia holding 1 shot here. Good bowl from Quinton Ip to get second shot, and it's Haikal coming down with his last bowl. Just slipping past, so it's 1 to Malaysia. They're on the board, 4-1 after 2 ends. And Bob, superb conditions here today for these critical semi-final games.
Yeah, well, it's heating up, as you can see. The 8 o'clock game was much cooler, and now the shadow on the green is only covering these first 2 ends, so the others are in the full sun. It seems to be pretty much the same speed, Brett, as previously, running probably around 14. But obviously the weather conditions can change the green conditions. We've been extremely fortunate this week that so far no rain.
Yes.
and the weather forecast, touch wood, looks quite good. And I should also mention our sponsors, Brett. We're fortunate in having quite a lot of support from the Singapore government in one way or another, from Sport Singapore and from the Tote Board. The Tanglin Club is sponsoring the venue. We have Poca and the Dessert Empire and our production team who have been supporting us all the way through, and they're doing a great job, particularly capturing the replays that are appropriate. So far so good.
Well, we've been enjoying a little bit of the sponsors' product. We had some poker drinks yesterday, and I can tell you they were very delicious and just what we needed on a pretty hot and humid day here. Looking forward to the delights of the Dessert Empire, and just great to see this kind of sponsorship for the first ever World Bowls Series event here in Asia at this Lion City Cup. And right on cue, that's the shot from Nixon Man. Our loosest end so far in this game, and it's Ahmad with his last bowl, the lead for Malaysia, and he's on a pretty good line here. He's got an interesting delivery. Most players in bowls rely on the swing, but it's Ahmad who's got the push delivery. Of course, everyone has their own individual technique, and looking at his record as a former Malaysian singles champion, he's perfected his technique quite well. But a more conventional delivery from Nixon Man, and he draws the shot with his third bowl. So 1 to Hong Kong on the changeover here. They lead 4-1, end 3, 14 ends in these games. So let's look at that last bowl from Ahmad drawing the shot, and not to be outdone, it was Nixon Man coming down with his last bowl. So 1 to Hong Kong. Heikel likes to play attacking sort of bowls. Expect to see him play a lot of reaching sort of weighted shots for the shot. Just pulling up short there, so that was a commentator's curse definitely on that one. And it's still Hong Kong holding one as Quinton Ip plays his first bowl of this end. Big focus on youth bowls in Hong Kong, and they've just developed an amazing program there for their players, and they're getting some good results accordingly as those players mature into internationals. And what great experience for these players, Bob, to have the opportunity of playing at this Lion City Cup.
Yeah, they are competing not only with themselves, but for the glory of representing the country. But it's interesting also, Brett, that the Singapore game between the two Singapore teams, the youth element in bowls in Singapore has been phenomenal recently, because I think I'm not completely sure, but I would say that all of those 4 players have probably taken up bowls within the last, certainly no more than 5 years, and they very, very quickly got to a very, very, very high level. Part of it is obviously the coaching program, which has been very successful, and a very good club atmosphere, both at the cricket club and the Tanglin Club and the Lion City Club, in terms of encouraging younger players.
Yeah, look, it's great to see, and I think in both the Open events here and in the under-25s, we're just seeing some amazing young talent. So Heikel just playing a drive with his last ball there, Hong Kong holding one, and Malaysia with all the back bowls, but unfortunately he pulled it across narrow, and so it's Hong Kong holding one as Quinton Ip just dropping short with his last bowl. So 1 it is to Hong Kong. They now lead 1 to Hong Kong. They now lead 5-1 after 3 of the ends. You can see that very good second bowl from Heikel just set the Hong Kong shot back, but it still remained as shot. So down comes the jack for this fourth end, and the Hong Kong team opting for a slightly longer end, almost 3/4 end. Here the mat's up about 4 metres, 3 to 4 metres. So it'll be Nixon Man to lead off on this this fourth end. Early advantage to Hong Kong, but there's a long way to go in this game, Bob.
Yep, it does look. Oh, another good ball, but just gone long. I'm just thinking, Brett. While COVID was devastating, it actually turned out to be quite good for balls, because certainly in Singapore we had quite a few players from the rugby section and soccer section who couldn't play their games and needed to play some sort of competitive sport. And several of them turned to balls, and once they got into it, they've stayed with it because they've enjoyed it so much. It's probably true in Hong Kong too. I'm not sure about they were devastated also by the COVID, but because balls could be played, because either particularly the singles and the pairs, then it encouraged quite a few new players, and I think quite a few players have stayed with it after COVID.
Yeah, look, I think that's been the case across many countries, and I know in New Zealand we had a number of people who were exposed to the game, as you say, because they couldn't play contact sport, and it also just underscored the importance of the bowls fraternity for a lot of people. It was what it was the glue and the communication that they got every day during COVID. And I think that strengthened a lot of club memberships through that process. So great last bowl here from Ahmad Zikri, the Ahmad Zikri Sasili, the lead for Malaysia, and it's Malaysia holding two good bowls from him with his second and third bowl. And they hold two early advantage as the players cross over on this fourth end of 14 here at the Lion City Cup men's under 25 event. Quinton Ip is the Hong Kong skip, and Quinton will be drawing down on this backhand side, looking for a connection with the bowl. He plays a very good bowl, just gets on the edge of the shot bowl, but that second shot, which is good fishing for the Hong Kong team. Haikal now with his first bowl. Ahmad very demonstrative on the head for Malaysia, and that's a great bowl. Turns their shot bowl up and brings his bowl in for two. So now it's 2 to Malaysia. Nixon Man says to his skip Quinton Ip, Quinton, see if you can draw a second shot for me here. So let's see if Quinton can oblige. He's on a pretty good line here. I'm just not sure if he's quite going to have the weight to reach. You can see Nixon waving his arms, urging his skip along. Unfortunately, that doesn't make the bowls go any faster. And it's 2 to Malaysia. As Muhammad Haikal Azami plays his second bowl on this end. You see Azami waving his hands, feeling like the bowl's a bit narrow, and he's right, and the bowl just slips past and finishes about a metre past the jack. So his speed of the bowl was pretty good, but just missed his line that time. So Quinton changing his hand here. One down, looking for the shot. He's got some position bowls just behind here, so he's got everything to play to. 2 down here, and he's just going to slide underneath. I think it's probably still Malaysia holding 2 here. As Heikel plays his last bowl. Very deliberate player, left-hander, as you can see. Better line this time. Getting that bowl out with a bit of green. Again, I'm feeling just a little bit pacey. Yep, just finishes again about a metre over. But 2 to Malaysia. They'll be pleased with that. It keeps them scoring. So 5-3 now after 4 ends to Malaysia. In the other semi-final, it's Singapore B leading Singapore A by 4 shots to 2. They've played 3 ends. And we'll bring you some scores from the women's game. The women's Open Women's semi-finals also being played here at the Tanglin Club throughout the morning. Reminding viewers that at the Bowls Singapore National Complex at Kallang, we've also got games going on there. We've got the semi-finals of the women's under-25 pairs, and we just completed the quarterfinals of the men's open pairs this morning, and we'll look for the results of their semi-finals as we go through. So good opening bowl there from Ahmad. He's settled into his work pretty quickly, Bob.
Yes, they've settled down very well. Both teams, really, very quickly. Of course, that getting to this point in the competition, we expect a good level of bowls, but they're not disappointing so far.
No, definitely seen some very good bowls played in the women's semi-finals. It's all tied up 2-2 in semi-final number 1. That's another great bowl from Ahmad Zikri with his second bowl, so 2 shots now to Malaysia. So the women's semi-finals, the Malaysian counterparts, Noor Zamziza and Noor Farrar, are 2-2 against the Singapore A team of Serena Cheong and Mei Lee. Great bowl there from Nixon Martin as he draws the shot. And in the other semi-final, it's 3-2 to India over the Philippines after 3 ends. So we'll keep you posted with those results. And here we can see reaching for the jack, reaching for the bowl, and he slips between jack and bowl. Who would have believed it? So still Hong Kong holding the shot, and you can see Quinton Ip saying to his lead, Nixon Mann, I think we might need a back bowl here. Might need a bit of cover because we know this Malaysian team are very attacking. And he's duly obliged. Gets a little touch on the jack, which is a good result. And then also sits on that back bowl of Malaysia. So still just the 1 to Hong Kong. You can see Ahmad saying to his skip, look, there's plenty of results on there. So that was that good bowl from Ahmad with his second bowl, and the third one just slipping between those bowls. So I expect Heikel he'll be on the backhand. He'll be looking to reach down for the shot bowl. He knows there's a plant on those front bowls. Also, if he happens to be a bit narrow, the main thing is not being wide. So let's see how he plays this. And again, I think he's made that mistake of just getting too wide here. If you're going to play with weight, you've got to play pretty straight. Good weight for the shot, but still 1 to Hong Kong. These young men playing very, very well against their more experienced opponents. No scores yet from Kallang from the Open Men's game, so we'll keep an eye on those scores for you. But in the meantime, we'll concentrate on this game. 1 to Hong Kong, and Heikel with his second bowl. What can he do this time? Yeah, he's played a tighter line, I think, this time. Starting to break into the head now. He's getting support from his skipper, from his lead. He's going to get the bowl and just sit down. Great bowl from the Malaysian skipper, but it's still Hong Kong holding. And time for a Another bowl on the head from Quinton Ip. So Quinton played around the back, just covering. So you can see Ahmad there indicating that plant. So the plant shot is playing onto that front yellow bowl and potentially turning the closest Malaysian bowl, the bowl of Ahmad, onto the jack, and they have some waiting catches behind. So let's see what he does here, whether we see a little bit more weight. Yes, we do. So he's on the run, and it's close. It's very, very close here. Well, what a great bowl and shot. And shot. So beautifully played.
Yeah.
He had the opportunity on the front bowl. He had the opportunity on the plant, but actually he got the perfect split, and through his bowl came, and smiles all around by Ahmad and Heikel. You see a high five there as he comes down to watch this last bowl from Quinton Ip. Hong Kong 5-3 in front, and this last bowl on the fifth end, and Quinton Ip, he's going to be drawing down with a little bit of weight, just looking to see if he can get a contact on that bowl. He's close here. I'm just not sure if he's got the speed.
Maybe a bit short.
Yeah, just a little bit of inexperience there. Really just needed to be reaching it with weight. They had second shot, and they had third just behind. So yeah, just a little bit of inexperience there, just dropping short. So there we see Heikel's bowl just landing there with his first. This was his third bowl.
Perfect
just
weight.
Just brilliant.
Yeah, very good.
Just brilliant. So that ties the score up. We're now at 5-4, I think, in this game. Just one end to be added. There it is, and Ahmad will lead off that very unique sort of push delivery of his. But as we can see, he's very effective, and that's a good opening bowl from the Malaysian lead. Nixon Man, all conventional delivery, and he's certainly played very, very well throughout this tournament for the Hong Kong team. And again, very close with this first bowl, just going to sneak in there for shot. Well played. So nice, relaxed delivery and demeanour with the Hong Kong players. And they've played very well throughout this this tournament. Ahmad just sliding past with his second bowl, so early advantage to Hong Kong. Nixon Man again on a good line here. I'm not quite sure he's going to reach. Just looks a little light to me, and yeah, just pulls up there, just a metre. Ahmad very quickly into his work. It's the unique style, isn't it, Bob?
It's quite unorthodox. You don't see that very often.
No. No, you certainly see some of the Northern Hemisphere players from Scotland and England, I guess following off the mat, and great players like Paul Foster and Alec Marshall. You see that sort of delivery, but this is very different. This is getting down very low. There's not much backswing. It's really just all body motion, but clearly effective. He's built up a very, very impressive track record in a very short time in the game, and we see that last bowl from Nixon Man just dropping short, but probably counting. So Hong Kong with the early advantage in this end. And Heikel with his first bowl. All the catches.
It's looking good.
He's on a good line here.
Yeah.
He's on a good line. He's got the jack.
Yes.
That's a superb bowl from the Malaysian skipper. And that is the benefit of having those catches. You know, played a very confident bowl down that line, and so it's Malaysia now holding. Quinton being well and truly up to the occasion so far. Drawn some very good shots, and he's close here.
Just a little short
It's going to
again.
be a bit short again. Yeah, just
Yep.
so. Ahmad having a look at it just to give Heikel a sense of. So again, saying to him, you just come down and just see if you can touch the shot bowl. Any movement of the jack is good, because Hong Kong unfortunately don't have any bowls past the jack. You can see Ahmad thinking Heikel's a little bit narrow here, and he is, and he gets that short bowl, and probably didn't have the weight ready to play that the shot he was looking for, which was just to get a connection on the shot bowl and see if he could turn the jack back a little further. Nixon man saying, look, you know, you can. There is a shot on the forehand side, but it's pretty difficult. The bowls are a long way short. Just try and stay on your backhand. And
Yeah,
see
he's
if you
been
can
getting
draw.
the line, but just a metre or so short each time.
That's right. And again, he's greened this bowl very well.
Oh, this could
He's on
be
a
it.
good line.
Yes.
He's played this
Does
very
he
well.
have the weight again?
Has he got the speed? He's
Again,
oh no,
a
again
little
just
short.
dropping short. So just that metre of weight, and dangerous times here for Hong Kong, because I think, you know, the Malaysians are very attacking. Heikel will be looking to draw down again on that forehand side. Any connection with the shot bowl, and we'll have the jack on the move. I think Malaysia definitely holding a couple here, but I think a connection on that shot bowl, and suddenly it could be a much bigger number. Anyway, it's a hard shot to play. Let's see what Heikel can do with his third bowl. 5-4 to Hong Kong, played 5. Don't know if he's quite going to hold.
Oh, it's a little bit.
Yep. And again, he gets the short bowl. Not quite sure he had the weight again for playing that shot. I mean, they had to be careful, because they obviously didn't want to turn up the bowl from Hong Kong. But definitely holding and definitely holding shots. So no need to be panicking. So Quinton Ip, his last bowl, and he's drawing out on that forehand side. He's got his bowls to play through, but again, I think he's a bit light here, Bob. I just don't think he's playing with enough weight. Yeah, that's 3 short bowls there.
I'm surprised a bit surprised he came forehand there. I thought he might try backhand. There was a gap.
Yeah, perhaps just a little worried about getting a connection. There was this great first bowl from Muhammad Heikel Azami, and Quinton Ip just dropping all 3 bowls short, but it was only 1 to Malaysia, and so we're all locked up 5-all after 6 ends. Hong Kong scoring a 4 on the first end, so it's been mainly Malaysia scoring since then, but the heads have been tight, and we'll bring you the other scores from games as they come to us. Great to see the live scoring technology being used here for this Lion City Cup here in Singapore. As we try and track the results between 2 venues, which is not always easy. No scores yet from Kelang. from the men's events there. So I'll just refresh our screen here in the commentary position and just see if we can get you those scores. But that's Ahmad just getting caught up on Nixon Man's short bowl there. So 1-2 Malaysia. The first bowl of Ahmad's and Nixon Man with his second bowl, and he'll be a bit disappointed with this. He's well short here, and early advantage on this end to Malaysia. So in the semi-finals, India are leading their game in the open women's pairs. They're leading Philippines. Nayan Moni Saikar and Mangita Hazarika are leading the Filipino pair of Aini Knight and Angelica Abateo. They're from the Crusaders Club in the Philippines by 5-2. And it's Singapore's Serena Tiang and Mei Lee, and they've got ahead 5-3 against the Malaysian team of Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza. So, yeah, 3 short bowls from Hong Kong here. Not what they needed, and Nixon Man apologising to Quinton Ip as they cross. Just a little bit of a mental error, and of course the sun's starting to come out here, getting a little bit hotter here. They are playing with the rink partially in shade, but just a little bit of the pressure going on. And here's Heikel with his first bowl, looking to try and thread the needle here. But no, he's not going to have enough weight to thread the needle. So Malaysia holding, but those bowls are a long way away. And Quinton Ip with his first bowl. He'll be looking to see if he can reach the head this time with his bowl. And again, I think he's short. Yep, no, not a good start from the Hong Kong skip. 2 down. And what's that old saying, Bob? When you're down, you've got to be up.
Yeah. It's it's surprising. Apart from one shot, they're all quite short.
They are. And Heikel coming down with his bowl.
Yeah,
well, he's a bit fortuitous. He gets the gap. It's a hard way to get a shot. So he does turn a Hong Kong bowl through, but I think it's Malaysia holding 2. And Quinton Ip has his second bowl now to try and draw the shot. Better speed this time. Does he get through? He does, but he's just missed all the bowls and the jack. So definitely good to see them get a bowl past the jack. But it's Malaysia holding 2 here. And it'll be Heikel with his bowl, his third bowl of this 7th end.
Again short.
Well, just got wrecked again on the short bowl. Just players seem to be reluctant to take their green on that hand, which is surprising because there is actually quite a good turn there. As the weight comes off, the bowls will turn, but obviously feeling like... so this is interesting. Quinton changing his hand, obviously feeling those bowls are in his way, and now drawing down on the backhand side. He looks tight here to me. It's more of the turning hand, and I think he's going to get wrecked on these short bowls. He does. So 2 to Malaysia, and you can see the disappointment on Nixon Man's face there. Hong Kong got 1 bowl past the jack, and they're really going to need to start lifting their game here. Malaysia now 7-5 in front after 7 ends, and you see really the only reason the Hong Kong got a close bowl was because Heikel knocked it up. So danger signs for this Hong Kong team of Quinton and Nixon Mann if they continue to play short bowls.
And Malaysia varying the length. They've moved the mat up. It's quite a short end compared with the previous one.
It is, so just maybe using a little bit of experience, trying to break up the rhythm of the Hong Kong team. So here's a good opening bowl from the Malaysian lead Ahmad, former Malaysian singles champion, so knows all about drawing shots. And that's a good bowl from him, and Nixon Mann comes down, better weight that time, but unfortunately just gets onto the Malaysian bowl and turns it a little bit closer. But that was a better first bowl from him, better weight, and that's prompted Ahmad to change his hand. And there we go, there's the push, and again on a pretty good line here. The slightly straighter of the hands. It's just going to slip through, but that's a good bowl. And a measure of a second shot, and a nice catcher there for him. So Nixon Mann with his bowl down on that backhand side, and he's got a good line here. If he's got the speed, he's going to be close.
Oh, hard luck.
Yep, just finishing behind. So good bowl, much better start from the Hong Kong team. Ahmad again on the push. He's got a better line here, just taking a little bit more green, and we'll see as the weight comes off they'll start to turn, and you can see it turning here. Yeah, that's a good bowl. That's two. So again, early advantage to Malaysia. What can Nixon do with this bowl? Better line, Bob.
Yeah, better, much better, and the weight is good.
It's
a good ball.
That's a great bowl.
Yeah,
great bowl from the Hong Kong lead. That's the sort of form we saw early in this game, and that's a good bowl for them. Important time because it's been Malaysia doing a lot of the scoring. We see this first bowl from Ahmad, on playing down on the clubhouse side, and then it was Nixon Mann just turning that bowl up with his first, which prompted a change of hand by Malaysia, and that last bowl from Nixon Mann, just a cracker, absolute cracker. So toucher, 1-2 Hong Kong, and I'm expecting Heikel again will be coming down, playing with a bit of weight here, looking to see if he can get a contact on the Malaysian bowl, but he's tight.
Looks narrow though.
Yep, just playing with that probing weight, looking for a bit of contact, I think, on the front bowl, or to see if he can just draw the jack around the corner. Quentin up with the chance now to draw another shot. And on a good line here, he's pretty close.
He may take out the... Yes.
Oh, great bowl.
Very good ball.
Yeah, two now to Hong Kong. That's much better play from the youngsters. And Heikel now 2 down. And he'll be reaching down there, looking to try and sit that white bowl of Hong Kong's. He's played this pretty well. He's going to get a contact. He gets the contact onto the Hong Kong bowls, onto the jack, but still Hong Kong lie 2. So the instruction from Nixon Mann, make sure you reach. If you can get behind, that's going to be a good place, because I think they'll be expecting Malaysia to be attacking this head with Heikel's last bowl. So drawing down there, and that's almost exactly where a skip wanted. So clap from Nixon Mann. Ahmad having a look at the head. You can see there's a shot there. If they can get onto that front bowl, the Ahmad's bowl there, his first bowl, then potentially they can turn it onto those shot bowls and potentially dislodge them, or even potentially turn it onto the jack and move it back. Not an easy shot, but Heikel will be on the back end, and I expect this will come down with a fair bit of weight.
He has to give it quite a bit of weight to move those.
He's on the drive.
Oh, he's going for a drive. Oh,
Well, he gets the front bowl, but not the front bowl that he wanted.
yeah.
And so it's 2 to Hong Kong, and we're all tied up. We're 7 all here after 8 ends in the semi-final of the under 25 men's pairs here at the Lion City Cup. And in the other semi-final of the under 25 men's pairs, it's Singapore A leading Singapore B by 7 shots to 5. In the women's games, this is the Open women's pairs. We've got Singapore A, Serena Tiang and Mei Li. They're playing Malaysia's Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza, and it's 5 all in that game, pretty tight. And in the furthest away from us, it's India playing the Philippines, and by my look, it's India leading that game, I think by 6 shots to 2. We'll confirm those scores in a little while, but in this game, intriguing play between these two very good under 25 pairs teams. The Malaysian team, of course, much more experienced, but some great bowls coming in from the young Hong Kong pairing, and great to see these youth players from Hong Kong playing at this level and playing so competitively, Bob.
Yeah, very, very good, and they really are not overawed by the other team's experience. Quite long on the chat, and it seems, Brett, as if each team is sort of trying to find their ideal length. There's been a lot of variation, partly strategic, but neither team seems to have found their ideal length.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a cat and mouse game. I've got the first scores from the men's semi-finals that have been played at the National Bowl Centre at Kelang. That's a great first bowl from Ahmad here. In those semi-finals, it's the Philippines combination of Elmer Abateo and James Raz who are leading 3-0 against Thomas and Chu from ELBC. And in the other semi-final, it's the Hong Kong team of Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham, and they lead Sheldon Baggery Howley and Keanu Darby from New Zealand by 3 shots to 0. Early in those games, 3 ends played in the New Zealand-Hong Kong game, so 1 per end, and 2 ends played in the Philippines ELBC game, as Ahmad draws another shot here for Malaysia, starting to really find his rhythm in this game. A little bit scratchy at the beginning, and so it's Nixon Mann here. Really important that he gets one close here for Quinton Ip, his skip. He's on a good line.
This could be a good ball. Yes.
Yep, that's much closer. Still 2 down, but gives his skip something to work to. It's important. Also, I see Thomas Leong and Chupok Man are on the board in their semi-final of the Open men's event. They've just scored 1 on the 3rd end, and so it's now 3-1 to the Philippines after 3 ends in that game at Kelang. And we'll keep bringing you those scores as the game. Ahmad be disappointed with that last bowl of his, just dropping short, though I will say in the eye of Quinton Ip, though, still plenty of room to draw around there. We see the Malaysian lead, former national singles champion of Malaysia, Open singles champion, so he must have been very young when he won that event in 2019. And he with 2 shots, and just Nixon Mann just falling short, but getting a good bowl on the head there. In the other semi-final of the Open men's event, Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham have scored a 2 on the 4th end, and they are now 5-0 up against Sheldon Baggery Howley and Keanu Darby from New Zealand. 14 ends in the semi-final games of the Lion City Cup, And tomorrow we'll be back and starting it all over again, this time with a sets format. So the same players in the Open men's and women's and the under 25 men's and women's will be back to play a second tournament after we complete the finals of this ends tournament, 14 ends, this afternoon. So plenty of high-class bowls for people to watch in Singapore, and Heikel with a very good bowl
There's a
here.
good ball coming in, Brett.
Yeah, that's a great bowl.
Yes.
Comes down there, turns their own bowl over, flops in himself for third shot, and Quinton up now, all in front of him. He's got stuff to play to here, needing to turn his bowl, but he's just gone a little wide and heavy, just touching their back bowl. So again, you see Ahmad saying to Heikel, no reason to be short. Play up to those bowls and see if you can turn your own bowl over. My Malay is not that good, but I think I understand that instruction, Bob.
Yes, I think so.
So Heikel just getting a little wide, but finishing in a good home, just around the back. Hong Kong with the two back bowls. We haven't seen any aggression from Quinton so far. He's mainly been drawing, but I wonder, Bob, do you think he might be tempted here to play with a little bit of weight?
I think it looks as if he's due to do that, isn't it? Because the way the bowls are at the moment, he's got to go through that. And
we see the Hong Kong coach there.
Maybe three, it's certainly two.
So just the players are allowed a coach to provide them with some support, and you see the Hong Kong coach there just giving them a bit of direction about what they can play. So let's see. Yep, you see a bit of encouragement from him for his young skip, Quinton Ip, and he'll come back to the mat. Yep, looking like he's going to play with weight, and he's just doing his pre-shot routine, practicing his way through there. Let's see what we've got in store. He's on the drive.
Oh, yeah.
It's close. Great bowl from... well, what a magnificent drive. Just a perfect drive result. And it's Malaysia with the last bowl here. So from where we sit, there's a bowl of the Malaysian skip just behind the head, but I think it may be Hong Kong holding. So the bowls are a long way away, so there's plenty of room. So Heikel with the last bowl of this ninth end, and let's see what he can do with this. As I say, plenty of room, and he looks like he's played this pretty well. Any touch of the jack is good. Yeah, that's an outstanding bowl, and just gets the touch of the jack.
Yeah.
I think that will make two. Certainly there was no argument about it, and I think that's two to Malaysia. So a great drive from Quinton Ip. 3 down to get a very good result. But when the dust cleared, it was plenty of room for Heikel, and he's drawn a very good shot and made two of it. So 9-7 now. Malaysia lead Hong Kong. We've played 9 ends out of our 14 here at the Tanglin Bowling Club. Bob, your thoughts?
Well, that drive was spectacular. I think, personally, for me, it's the hardest shot in the book. The drive is really, really tough. The downside of a drive, and it happened here, is that it may move the jack into open space. And if you don't have the last ball, the opposing team has quite a lot of room to come in onto the jack, which happened this time. So it's a high-risk shot with high-risk potential results. but it's always entertaining to watch. Also,
Sure is. So interesting tactics here. Malaysia going a little bit longer, but it certainly hasn't phased Nixon Man, who's drawn a very good shot with his first bowl. Ahmad just slightly over with his first, and just reaching down here looking to see if he can sit the shot bowl or trail the jack. He's pretty close. Just going to slip by. Just gets a touch on the shot bowl. So that's a good second for Malaysia. They lead 9-7 after 9 of the 14 ends. Lion City under 25 men's event. Next door we've got Singapore, two Singapore teams, and at the moment it's a Singapore A team, and we'll just bring you their details in a second, who are leading that that game. So the winner of these two semi-finals will determine who goes through in the to the final, which will be played later this afternoon. It's a great bowl there from Ahmad, just dislodging that bowl of Nixon Man. Two great bowls from him. And in the women's semi-finals, it's the Malaysian team who have just hit the front 9-5 against Serena Tiong and Mei Lee. After 7 ends in their semi-final, and it's India leading 6-2 again. That's Nine Morni Sakar and Bangita Hazarika against Aini Knight and Angelica Abateo of the Philippines. So again, another good bowl from Nixon Man, just dropping a little short. And again, Bob, the danger here is no back bowls for Hong Kong. So great bowl there from Nixon Man with his first. But you immediately see the Malaysian players playing with weight, looking to disrupt the head. So one at the moment to Hong Kong, but we saw Heikel play with weight down here a couple of ends ago, looking for Jack. I think he's tight here. I think he's tight, and I don't think he's got the weight either. He'd be pretty disappointed with that one. Actually, weight wasn't too bad, but definitely missing his line. Very good opportunity here. You can see Quentin up talking to his coach, just getting some guidance. Perfectly allowed. As long as the coaches have been designated prior to the game, they can provide assistance for the players. And for these under 25 players, many of them, playing for the first time at this sort of level, it's good for them to have that opportunity. And Quentin Ip's on a good line here, just breaking down towards the head. Any contact on those bowls will be good. He gets.
Oh yes.
Well, that's a good bowl.
Yes.
So still only one to Hong Kong, but that's tightened the head up a lot for them. The jack now not so exposed, and we'll see what this does to Mohammed Heikel.
That's a good ball.
With his bowl, he's close. Just gonna slide by. Wow, that was very close. So the instruction from Nixon Man is try and draw down on the forehand side, see if you can get us a position bowl. Very vulnerable behind because they just have the first bowl of Quentin's, which is behind on the right hand side as we see the screen, but on the left hand side you'll see they're all Malaysian bowls past the jack. So that's where he's trying to finish. He's played it pretty well. He's a little bit quick and just ends up getting the edge of that Malaysian bowl. His bowl has stayed up. It's right at the back of the rink by the ditch, so they do have a back bowl. So let's see what the Malaysians do here. No time limit on these semi-finals, so the players can take their time and assess what they want to do and get input from their coaches where they need to.
But it's been a fairly fast-paced game, Brett. They're already on the 10th end.
Yes.
They've not wasted any time at all.
No. Very matter of fact in their performances. So Quinton is off to one side talking to his coach as Heikel plays this last bowl for Malaysia. You can see Ahmad. Has he got the line? No, it's just going to drop under.
Yeah.
So Hong Kong holding one. Gets a bit of a wave from his lead as Heikel. So Ahmad waving to him, saying good weight, but just missing his line there. A little bit of breeze here at Tanglin, up on the 4th story of the Tanglin club, which will be cooling the players down, but just perhaps making it a little tricky with those weighted shots just to get them to hold. Quinton Ip, in the meantime, coming down here now. Can he get a sit? Yes, he can, and he turns the bowl down, but it looks like it's only one. So 1-2 Hong Kong, and it's 9-8 after 10 ends. So 4 ends to go, and plenty of action in this end. That was Quinton Ip's bowl. Quite a critical bowl. Didn't get another shot, but actually made the head a lot harder for the Malaysian team to attack, and that proved to be pretty decisive in that end. Bob, 4 ends to go. Anyone's game.
Yeah.
How do you see it?
It's wide open. Both teams are concentrating hard, and both teams playing well. There's never been an end with a big score. It's always been a 1 or 2. I've been interested in looking at the India game also, Brett. Are you familiar with the bowling club scene in India? Because they've really come good lately, and they must have been putting quite a bit of resources behind it, one way or the other.
They have, I think, international bowls, bowls itself not new to India as a former British colony, but certainly as a more mainstream game for Indians, really kicked off, with the New Delhi Commonwealth Games, and we had the green established in New Delhi, where the Commonwealth Games are played. The 2 Indian players playing here are from the Assam state, and there's a lot of bowls played there, and I know that there's the success. Nayan Morni Saikar, who's skipping the Indian pair here, was part of that very successful women's team at the Commonwealth Games. Great bowl here by Ahmad, just finishing. It was a good close second shot next to Nixon Mann's bowl. So the success of the women winning a gold medal at Birmingham, and then the men winning a silver in their force competition, definitely put bowls on the map in India. Here's a great bowl from Nixon. Man, what a cracker. 2 great bowls, emulating his play on the first end and prompting a change of hand from the Malaysians, looking to see if he can just come down between that gap and sit the bowls or trail the jack. There's their coach Eddie, just sitting in behind there watching, and let's see how Ahmad has played this shot. He looks a little narrow to me. He's going to get the Hong Kong bowl, but Heikel won't be too unhappy about that. It opens the shot up for him, which he'll be pleased about. Yes, I think Bob, increasingly starting to get more play in India. Talking to the to Bowls India over the last couple of years, and talking to their manager here, they're really looking for an indoor facility, I think, in India. As we know, in Asia, it can be pretty demanding with the heat, and so it can be pretty tough on players. So I think the opportunity for an indoor facility, and I know that's something Singapore's got in mind too, would just make the game a little bit more all year round and a little less punishing. So we see Quinton up here getting past with his first bowl. So he gets good acknowledgement from Nixon Mann. It's on the 2. and so I think we can expect to see Heikel attacking here with his bowl, and Hong Kong have wanted to cover that shot. Here he comes. No, you see Ahmad waving to him. You just need a little bit more green. Played with very good weight, so he's got a good catcher there. So wasn't perhaps playing with as much weight as we thought he might have used there. So let's see what Quentin Ip can do here. Hong Kong holding 2. They're trailing by 1 on the board. So important that they score. He's on a good line here.
It's a good ball.
Just breaking now.
Oh.
Look, I think that's a pretty good bowl. My only observation would be just a little bit, a bit of a target. Ahmad just asking the skip, do you want to change your hand? But Heikel said, no, I'm pretty comfortable on this backhand side. And he'll be running down that channel. So definitely got a better line this time. Is he going to break enough? No, he's not. So still advantage to Hong Kong. Again, I surprised me there. Just didn't play with the sort of weight I was expecting. More of an overdraw shot. And they're tricky shots on these greens. Not impossible. But yeah, just surprised me somewhat that that was his choice. But he's come down and having a chat to his lead. They've got they've only got 1 bowl on the head, and whether he's a little bit nervous about playing too heavy and playing that bowl out might be a factor.
But he's got his line on this backhand side, right? He's got 2 balls in there. Follows the same line. He's gone a bit wide.
Yep, just gonna be on the high side. But look, that's a handy. He probably would like to have come back another metre, I think, to make it a position bowl. And Malaysia with that blue bowl, there is a white bowl of Quentin Ip's bowl. His first bowl on this 11th end, which is right at the back. So it is definitely a change of hand. And Heikel will be looking to run down for those shots. And here we go. It's close. You see it clap from his lead. Yeah, great bowl. Absolutely great bowl. So, I'm not sure who's got the shot. No, it's 1 to Hong Kong. So,
it down.
Yep, he had a shot for the moment, and then the Hong Kong bowl set down. So we were all tied up, 9-all here. So that was the bowl of Quentin Ip that came down and drew another bowl on the head. And here's that brilliant last bowl from Heikel. Gets the jack, flips it back, and then back falls the Hong Kong bowl. So that's the luck of the game. And the luck of the game keeps Hong Kong in this game. And it's 1 to them. So we're 9-all. We've played 11 ends. We've got 3 ends to go. As see our tournament director Graham Deere has just arrived. I know he's been at Kelang this morning, so we'll just check out some of those other scores for you on our live stream, and I'll get Bob just to call this end while I look up the scores.
Okay. So the Hong Kong first bowl is just jack high, but a little bit wide.
So in those other semi-finals, it's Malaysia now in a commanding lead. They've really started to hit their straps. The Malaysian pairing of Noor Zamziza and who lead World Indoor Singles Champion Noor Farah. They're now leading 13-5 over Serena Tiong and Mei Lee from Singapore. And in the other semi-final, it's the Indian pair of Nain Moni Sakar and Bangita Hazarika. They're leading Aini Knight and Angelica Abateo. So 13-8 now to Malaysia over Singapore. So Singapore have just scored, and much tighter in this in the second semi-final. 7-6 now to India. So the Philippines making a bit of a comeback here. Both games have played 9 ends. No time limit in this round. So we've got 5 ends to go in both games. And looking over across the green, it looks like the Philippines holding shots against India. Maybe holding one, I think. And just right on time, Nixon Mann plays a
right
cracker.
in on the jack. Beautiful shot.
So we've really seen the Hong Kong lead come to life in the last few ends, and it's those bowls that are keeping Hong Kong scoring here. Ahmad just comes off that second shot of Hong Kong, so 1 to Hong Kong, and it gets this game just continues to get tighter and tighter. I think it's I can easily see this coming down to the last bowl, Bob. With the way they're playing.
It's another nail biter. This is the 12th end. They've just got up and down after that. 9 all. Anybody's game at the moment.
Sure is. So we'll look to see if we can give you some updated scores from the men's semi-final. Mind you that that's been played at Kelang, and in those semi-finals, it's the Philippines team of Elma Abateo and James Raz. They're leading Thomas Leong and Chupok Man by 5-2 after 5 ends. And 8-4 to Hong Kong against New Zealand in the other semi-final. Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham, 8-4 after 7 ends in that game. So it's tight. So we see Heikel just slides through there with his first bowl. So still Hong Kong holding shot here. Quinton Ip just slightly wide with his first bowl. And looks to be on a better line here, Bob.
It looks like a good line. And does it have the weight? It may have the weight. It's a
he's
good
played
ball.
this very
good
well.
ball.
Yeah, back toucher.
Yep.
So great bowl from Quinton. Heikel.
So that gives Hong Kong holding 2, right?
And Heikel looking to attack, and here he goes. He's on the drive. He's close. He's close. Just going to slip by and gets his own bowl. So now, what does the Hong Kong pair do? They're holding 2.
Yeah.
Quinton Ip coming to have a look, and he doesn't need to run. There's no time limit. So you can see that it's Malaysia with the very backest bowl, that blue bowl. And of course, in this format, if the jack is killed, if it leaves the rink, it's replaced onto the 2 metre mark, or spotted, as we tend to say in the game. So getting onto that 2 metre spot could be quite important in case that happens. So let's see what Quinton does. I like that. Takes his time. Had a couple of ends of playing short, but has obviously just picked his game up since then, and he's playing some very, very tidy bowls. It's Hong Kong youth team, so he's down. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to draw to that 2 metre mark, but just on this case, going to be a little bit too heavy.
It was disappointing. Strange. Yeah.
So it's 2 to Hong Kong. Ahmad talking to Eddie, their national coach, who's just sitting down watching both their game and their open women's team in their semi-final. So What's Heichel got in store for us here? He's playing the backhand this time. So not driving, just playing more of a sit and stay type of shot. He's on a good line. Breaking now. What a magnificent ball. Wow. So still 1 to Hong Kong, but a great ball from the Malaysian skip.
Cut it down from 2.
We see that back toucher from Quinton Ip, and here's that last bowl from Mohammed Heichel, and just getting that second shot out. So advantage to Hong Kong. They lead 10-9. We've played 12 of the 14 ends. Pretty absorbing game, isn't it, Bob?
It really is, and they've gone quite long. I think the jack is now on the tee, and that is up 4 or 5 meters, but it's quite a long end.
So just to give you some more scores from the semi-finals, 5-4 in the open men's. Now the Philippines leading ELBC, and the Hong Kong team pulling away 11-4 against the New Zealand combination. So Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham from Hong Kong playing Sheldon Bagri Howley and Keanu Darby from New Zealand. New Zealand team playing here in Hong Kong, supported by OCGL. The sponsors of their team, and Sheldon Bagri Howley sponsored by the Gore RSA Bowling Club, who Sheldon, one of Southland's favourite sports people in New Zealand, and so the Gore RSA have clubbed in to help fund Sheldon come to this tournament. So a very appreciative support from both OCGL Consulting and from Gore RSA. But at this stage they're at 4-11 down against Hong Kong's Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham in the open men's pairs semi-final, and it's the Philippines leading 5-4. Back here it's Hong Kong holding 2 shots as Ahmad just slides between the jack and the shot bowl with his second bowl. And in the open women's semi-finals just being played at adjacent rinks here at Tanglin, all tied up 7 apiece now between India and the Philippines after 10 ends, and the Malaysian team now with a handy 16-9 lead. That's Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza leading Serena Tiong and Mei Lee from Singapore. In fact, 16-11 to Malaysia, 7-all in that other game. So again, very close games going on here at Tanglin Club, and that'll be a disappointing bowl for Ahmad. You know, everything to play to there, to reach up, to sit the bowls, and he's played that short. So again, early advantage here. Nixon Man really laying the foundation for this Hong Kong team, isn't he? He's played very impressively.
Yes, he's played 3 good bowls, and it's a challenge now for Malaysia. They've got a back ball, they've got a front 2 balls that they could promote, but
and this afternoon in the under-25 women's semi-finals, it'll be Briar Atkinson and Olivia Manser from New Zealand playing India's Karina Patawari and Saista Sharma, and it'll be Malaysia. What's he going to do?
It's another good ball.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there because they were probably holding 3 and he's trailed the jack away. But even so, Hong Kong still holding shot. But yeah, Quinton Ip just signalling to his mate, just a little bit disappointed with that result. But they're still holding shot. And in the other semi-final of the under-25s this afternoon, Malaysia, Nurul Aliyah Fitra and Ain Nurnajawa will play Sarah Ho and Kelvina Lee from Singapore. So we'll look forward to getting those results later. In the meantime, here it's Hong Kong holding one. They lead 10-9. We're playing the second to last end of this men's under 25 pairs. Lion City Cup, Tanglin Club here in Singapore, and Quentin Ip is on a good line here. Now what's he going to do? He's going to get it. Well.
Oh, what a good ball.
Very good bowl. So I think
They may be holding two, Brett.
they could be. And they've got it surrounded. There's that lone Malaysian bowl in there.
That
It's
one
very
Malaysian
tricky.
ball is holding off 5 Hong Kong balls.
It sure is. And I suspect there will be a little bit of discussion going on between the Hong Kong players, depending on what happens with this bowl from Mohammed Haikal. He's on the forehand side. Not sure he's reaching.
No, he's not.
He might have had the weight, but he got a short bowl.
Yeah.
So Quentin Ip's down here talking to Nixon Man, the lead. Does he dare play down there? If he can get that bowl of the Malaysians out of there, it's game. And you can see he's got a shot off that bowl just to the right of the jack. There's a shot to just play off that bowl onto the closest Malaysian bowl. So playing the backhand, you can see him looking at that shot. So coming down, doesn't need to be too much weight, but if he can just come off that wing bowl onto the Malaysian bowl, and potentially they would lie 4, maybe 5, depending on where his bowl goes. So they do have the shot. So advantage is definitely with Hong Kong, but in these games, these shots can be decisive.
And Malaysia has the last shot.
They do. So Quentin Ip taking his time. He knows in the context of this game just how important this bowl potentially can be. On its way. I like the line. Is he going to break enough? No. Just going to slide by. Look, that was a pretty good attempt. And played on the safe side. He made sure he was wide. Didn't want to risk potentially turning the white bowl onto the jack and going down. For Mohammed Haikal, I think he's got the same kind of shot. Again, looking to come down on that forehand side, turn the Hong Kong bowl onto the jack, or just come through that gap. So I think he's a little wide for the shot.
I thought he might try a drive, but no, it's just a little bit wide. So that's 2 to Hong Kong, I think.
Let's have a look. I think maybe just the one. Let's have a look. We'll see.
Yeah, just the one. It's a.
So one it is to Hong Kong. So we are playing our last end now in the semi-final of the under-25 pairs here in Singapore. Hong Kong leading 11-9, and we've played 13 of the 14 ends. So last end, we'll concentrate on this end, and then we'll bring you scores from the other games when this is being completed. I can quickly tell you Singapore A are leading Singapore B 12-9 after 11 ends in their game, a little bit slower in that game, as Nixon Man plays his first bowl of the last end, and he's just going to come up short with that first bowl. Not too far away, just about a metre.
Yep.
But loose by his standards, because he's led very, very well in the second half of the game, and that's really been the decisive difference has been his leading in this back half of the game where he's played very, very well. So his
this is coming in nicely. Will it go under? It will. It'll
Ahmad
be right
Zakri.
on the jack.
Yeah, and that's a front toucher. So great bowl from the Malaysian lead. That's what they need to stay in this game. Only trail by 2. Nixon Man, his second bowl on this last end. He's
That's
on a
a
good
good
line.
ball,
If he
Brett.
gets past the zone, he's close here. Gets past the zone, he's got the jack. What an amazing bowl.
What a ball.
Wow, he has really played some great bowls in this.
The second part of this game, he has really played well.
He has. Yeah, he had a little flat patch in the early on where he played 2 ends in a row, and I don't know what the magic formula has been, but he certainly needs to bottle it because he's played very, very well. And here's
a ball.
Here's another bowl. Here's the jack moved again. So that's 3 touches in a row we've had on this final end. Nixon Man now with his last bowl. Played a cracker with his second bowl. And I tell you what, Bob, he's on a pretty good line here. Have a look at this. Have a look at this, folks. That's another toucher.
Right.
So 4 touches in a row here on this final end. Wow, what a mature performance from Nixon Man. He can be very proud of the way he has played in this back end of this game. And every time that Malaysia have played a cracker of a bowl here, he's replied in. So Ahmad just getting an edge, and he gets the shot.
Look at
so
that.
that's a 5th toucher. I don't think I have ever seen 5 touches in a row in a final of a Peers game. That is just bowls of the highest quality. So here we see. That's the first toucher. That was Ahmad with his first bowl. Then we see Nixon Man with his second bowl. That's a toucher. Ahmad trails a jack back. That's toucher number 3. Here we see toucher number 4. Nixon Man draws the shot. And then with his last bowl, just a little kiss off that front bowl of Nixon Man, toucher number 5 and shot for Malaysia. So Hong Kong lead 11-9.
What happens if it's a draw?
They'll be playing an extra end. So if it's a draw, we'll play an extra end.
Sudden death.
Yep, we have to find a winner in the semi-final. So it's Hong Kong will play first, and it's Quentin Ip just talking to his skip, to his coach, I should say. He's the skip, talking to his coach, and just getting a sense of, okay, where do I need to get? What are my options here? He's going to be on the forehand side, the same side that his lead Nixon Man has played pretty successfully in this on this end, and he's off with his first bowl. Here, want to make sure he's reaching, and he's played this pretty well. Just breaking now into the head, so it won't be a toucher, but it's another bowl on the head for Hong Kong. I dare say he would have liked to have been slightly behind. So it'll be interesting to see what the Malaysia team do here. They've got the shot, so there's no need to panic. They've got 3 bowls, so it might be with his first bowl he'll just be looking to try and draw another one close. It can be drawn there. It definitely can be drawn there. There's definitely room for another shot there. So let's see what Muhammad Haikal can do with his first bowl. He's playing with weight. So he's obviously looking to try and dislodge the Hong Kong bowl, and he's just going to slide by.
Yeah, he went very heavy.
Yeah, that surprised me. It surprised me to play with that weight, because you really don't want to lose your bowl in this situation. You know, you're only trailing by 2. You're holding the shot, I think, from our commentary position. So Quentin up now, very important he gets the bowl past. He's coming down. He's got pretty good weight, I think, here. Yep, he's just starting to break in now. Yeah, that's a good bowl. That's the Bacchus bowl, which is belongs to Hong Kong. So Muhammad Haikal now, his second bowl. Again, reaching down on the forehand. Is he going to hold?
No, he's going to
Is
break
he going
away.
to hold? No,
Yeah.
he's not. So he's obviously trying to play to dislodge that bowl of Hong Kong. They obviously feel that it's too difficult to draw a second shot in there. And so Quentin Ip, quite rightly, coming up to have a look. He's played a very good back bowl. You see that on the right hand side of your screen there, that he played with his second bowl. So that was a good shot. So Quentin Ip saying, look, I'm not going to play the other hand. I don't want to fatten the target up, and that's a good idea. So Nixon Mann saying to him, look, see if you can just draw another shot in there. So if they do manage to flick our bowl out, we've got third shot. As you can see there at the moment, it's 1 to Malaysia. The bowl just next to the jack. And it's third shot that Malaysia just have to the left of that as we see it from behind the rink. So Quentin Ip, last bowl of the semi-final. Taking his time. And it's on its way. On a pretty good line here. Yeah, I think he's going to be pretty close. Breaking now. What a great bowl. Well, he's played that well. He's played that well. The good thing with that bowl is it's now third shot. So for the Malaysians to win this, they're going to have to try and dislodge those two bowls without moving their two bowls, and I'm not sure that's possible, Bob. I must say, every time I say that, someone shows me that it is possible in this game, but in the way that's sitting, I think it's going to be difficult for those two bowls to be dislodged without moving the closest Malaysian bowl. Now the alternative is he goes back to drawing and tries to draw another shot, and that might be what he's going to try and do. And I think it is. He's going to change to this backhand side, come down and see if he can draw the shot. So at the moment, the game is in Hong Kong's favour. What can Haikal do with this last bowl? Last end. Breaking now into the head. Breaking now. I think he's heavy. I think he's just going to be over. Hang on. Hang on.
Is it going to fall over?
No, I think it's Hong Kong's game. So Nixon Mann and Quentin Ip. This is a real upset because this is a very accomplished Malaysian pair. You know, they're under 25 players, but they've been very, very good players. And you can see Haikal hoping that his bowler sat down. But it is a great win, a truly great win for Quentin Ip and his lead Nixon Mann. They are into the final of the Lion City under 25 pairs. They will play the winner of Singapore A and Singapore B, and at the moment I can tell you that it is the Singapore A team that are leading that game, and we'll just give you those players' names shortly. But that's a great win from the Hong Kong team. They really have played very well. So Singapore A is Harriman Yuan, or Yuan Harriman, I should say, and Isaac Yu Hon Yat, and they are playing Jonathan Ho and either Zathia Singh or Jo Van Ning, and it is 13-11 now. 13-9 should I say, after 11 ends to Singapore A, and they will play Quentin Ip and Nixon Mann in the final of this under 20. The winner of that game will play the winner of will play Hong Kong in the final of this event. Adjacent in the women's semi-finals, it's the Philippines team, our Crusaders of Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo, who have got in front and just in the nick of time, they've played 13 ends, and we're playing the last end, and they're leading 10-7 now over Nine Moni Sakar and Bangita Hazarika. So 10-9 to the Crusader pairing. And in the other semi-final, it's all over. It's Malaysia, the team of Nur Zamziza and World Indoor Singles Champion Nur Farah. So they're the first of our finalists in the Women's Open pairs, and they will play the winner of Philippines and India. And I'm just looking across the rink, and I can see that it is India who are holding the shot, but just one shot. They need 3 to tie the game. And just as I say that, Aini Knight has drawn the shot for the Philippines team. So the Crusader pairing it's caused the big upset this morning, beating Leanne Paulson and Robin Walker from New Zealand. They were the 7th qualifier, so they are at this stage on track to make the semi-finals, the final, I should say, of this Open Women's event. So we'll just continue to give you some commentary. Here we can see the Singapore A and Singapore B team playing here, and
which end are they on at the moment, Brett?
I think I'm just going to get down to our results. So they have played, they've only played 11 ends, so we've still got 3 ends to go in that game. And we'll watch closely. Do you know which players are which in that Singapore team? Those Singapore teams, Bob?
I can identify Isaac and his partner, Jonathan. I mean, these guys play.
Isaac and Harriman.
Yes,
yep.
Harriman. Yeah.
Yep. So are they standing on? They're on the right hand side there.
Harriman, yes, they're the pair on the right of that group.
Yep.
And these guys, they play each other and against each other and with each other all the time. So there must be quite a friendly rivalry. What in number of shots? It's 10-9. 10-9. Have they brought the score up to date?
They're just looking for, just measuring at the moment on that end. So Harriman and Isaac leading 13-9, but I think they've dropped some shots here. Oh no, it's 13-9 now. So Harriman
Yep.
and Isaac now leading 16-9 after 12 ends. So 3 it was there on that end to them, and they are leading against skipping in that other team.
Jonathan
is Jonathan Ho.
Yep.
And leading for Jonathan Ho in the black cap at the other end. We'll just check on that. We've got 2 players bracketed there in that event. So we're just in fact it looks like we're just going to have a look at the women's results. So they're playing a further end here. So I thought they were playing the last end there. So let's have a look and see what's happening. I might just get you to have a look, Bob, to see if you can see what the score is in that game at the end there between the Philippines and India. It's the Philippines who have won that end. So we'll just check on our. So
here we go.
So it's
18-9.
So 18-9 it is in the men's under 25 game. In the women's game, we're just looking to check the score at the end, the semi-final score. Can you see that board, Edmund? So 10-7 after 13 ends to Philippines. That's the score. Okay, so we're just getting a check on that because that score didn't look like 10-7 it is. So it's the Philippines. I apologise. I thought they were playing their last end, but in fact they're now playing the last end now. So they lead India by 10-7. And I can tell you that Angelica Abateo has just drawn 2 shots with her first 2 bowls. And so early advantage on this last end is to the Philippines. They will play the Malaysian pairing. The winner of that game between India and the Philippines will play Noor Zamziza and Noor Farah from Malaysia in that final of the Open Women's event here at the Lions City Cup, a World Bowl Series ranking event. And back here in the under 25 men, it's looking increasingly like it'll be Singapore A, Harriman and his partner that will Isaac that will win this game. They're leading 16-9 with 2 ends to go. And I'll just give you the senior men's results, the Open men, who are playing at Kelang. So we're just getting live scores coming through for that game. And over at Kelang, it is Hong Kong with a handy lead now, 14-8 over Sheldon Baggery, Howley and Keanu Darby from New Zealand. They've played 12 ends, so 14-8 to Hong Kong. And similar margin in the second game, the Philippines, Elma Abateo and James Raz leading Thomas Leung and Chupok Man from ELBC, Evergreen Lawn Bowls Club here in Singapore, by 10-5. So plenty for us to look at. We're going to keep we can see the Nayanmoni Sakar just playing her first bowl in this last end of the Women's Open pairs, and we'll just try and move that camera around, see if we can give you an angle on the head. Amy Knight now, the Crusaders skip. Looks like from our angle we're on the other side of the green, but I recognise Angelica Abateo's bowls, and she's looking like she's holding the shot. Angelica Abateo trying to cover the back but ending up in the ditch. So it's still early advantage to the Philippines. They lead 10-7 playing the last end. Can they get both of their teams into the finals here at this event? So Nayanmoni Sakar drops short with her second bowl. So it's still Philippines holding the advantage here. As Amy Knight puts another bowl in the ditch. So trying very hard to get a back bowl here to cover, but not able to do so. So we've got the last bowl now. 1 bowl left in this game, and it's in the hands of Nayanmoni Sakar. So if she can put the jack in the ditch, India will win the game. She's on the run. She's on the run on her backhand. She's close. She misses the jack by the closest of margins, and it's game over. It's the Philippines. It's the Crusader pair of Amy Knight and Angelica Abateo. They're into the final of the Open Women's Lions City Cup pairs. They have beaten India by, I think, 11-7. Looks like in that game. So they will play Malaysia, Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza in the final. And we'll bring you that game at 2 o'clock today. We're going to let the players have a little bit of a rest. I see Angelica and Amy having a hug on the green. They'll be delighted. That's 2 very good scalps that they've secured today here at the Lions City Cup. So Philippines, Malaysia play in the Open Women's final. We know that it's going to be Hong Kong, Singapore in the under 25 men. We're just not sure which Singapore team, but at the moment it's looking like Isaac and Harriman that will take that that game out, unless something dramatic happens here in the remaining ends of the semi-final.
Yeah, I think Singapore A is holding. I'm not sure. I'm looking for the signals from Isaac. But
Yep, yeah, I see a little high five from Isaac to Harriman there.
yeah.
So this could be all over here. Let's just see the last bowl played by Jonathan, and looking to reach down to see if he can get the shot, and so we'll sit the shot bowl out. He just slips by, so I think that might be all over. They're having a good look. Let's have a look. Is that going to be the end of the game?
No, there's one more. No.
Yeah, I think shake hands
Yeah,
time.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
all over. So it is Harriman and Isaac from the host Singapore, who will be the first Singaporean team to play in to make a final here at the Lion City Cup. They'll be playing in the under-25 men's final at Tanglin Club this afternoon. We won't have that game televised, but of course we'll be bringing you the scores, and they'll be playing Quentin Ip and Nixon Mann from Hong Kong. We just watched them score a very good one over Muhammad Haikul and Ahmad Zikri from Malaysia. In the Open Women's event, it's Malaysia against the Philippines, so we're really mixing it up here with 4 different countries through to the final. Back at Kelang at the National Bowls Singapore National Bowls Complex, it's going to be the final of the Open Men's pair, and we'll be bringing you those scores through the afternoon while we're watching the Open Women's final. And there it's still pretty close in those semi-finals. Elma Abateo and James Raz from Philippines are leading Thomas Leong and Chupok Man from Evergreen Lawn Bowls Club 10-8. And in the other semi-final, a little bit, that's after 10 ends in that semi-final and no time limit, so there's 4 ends to go. In the other semi-final, it's Jason Chow and Lyndon Sham from Hong Kong. Can Hong Kong make a second final? And they are leading 14-8 against New Zealand's Sheldon Baggery Howley and Keanu Darby. And the final event that will also be played at Kelang this afternoon will be the under-25 women's event. They haven't started their games yet. They'll be starting at, my understanding, they'll be starting shortly at 12 o'clock. And the semi-finals there will be between Singapore A, which is Sarah Ho and Kelvina Lee. They are playing Alia Fitra and Ayan Nur Najwa from Malaysia, and the second semi-final will be between New Zealand's Briar Atkinson and Olivia Mansa and India's Karina Patawari and Saista Sharma. Bob Getty, what a morning of bowls.
Yeah. Brett, I think you've probably seen about 2 million games of bowls, but is this the first time you've seen 5 touches in a row?
I think so. I honestly cannot remember. I think maybe indoor I've seen it happen. You think of the sort of accuracy that you see at Potters and on that indoor surface, but here on a outdoor surface running about 14 seconds at the Tanglin Club, playing very well, to see 5 touches on the last end of a semi-final, just a magnificent exhibition of play. And I know the very experienced Malaysian team will be disappointed to have lost that semi-final, but hats off to Quentin Ip and Nixon Mann, the young combination from Hong Kong. They really just played some brilliant draw bowls to get through them in that game.
No, it's been an exciting morning, and again, we've been fortunate with the weather. Long may that continue. We've got an exciting game this afternoon.
Indeed, we have.
And then we're really into the sharp end on Thursday and Friday, both at Kallang and here at Tanglin.
And it's interesting that, and this afternoon, so at 2 o'clock Singapore time, we'll bring you the final of the Open Women's Pairs. And after section play, the two finalists were ranked number 7 and number 8. So second to last and last, if you want to put it that way, of the 8 qualifiers. And this morning, they've worked their way through, playing teams that, finished higher than them in the section play, but have certainly come good at the right time in this tournament. And it's going to be a fascinating game between the Philippines team and Malaysia in that team. Noor Farah and Noor Zamziza. Noor Farah, the world indoor champion, playing Aini Knight and Angelica Abateo, the dynamic crusader pair from the Philippines. So join us at 2 o'clock Singapore time here at the Tanglin Bowling Club for that final.
Thank you, Brett, and thanks for keeping us up to date on all the games. You've been jiggling your screen around from one to the other. There's been a lot going on.
Well, thank you, Bob, for your assistance and your expert comments. And viewers, we'll see you back online 2 o'clock Singapore time. Don't meet what's going to be a cracker final in the Open Women's event, and we'll have a lot more to bring you in terms of scores of the other events as the afternoon. So on behalf of Bob Gatty and myself and our technical team here at the Lions City Cup in Singapore, thank you, and we'll see you soon.